Hi everyone, welcome to today's game of Dice and Dynamics. I am your host, friend, confidant, and weary traveler looking for a break. Joining here with me today are my friends and the fellow patrons at this tavern. Mark, Jason, Sam, and of course the bartender that I'm going to spend the rest of my evening flirting with, Nudie, who is out back checking on the casks of ale. As we left off, the group had made a plan. They are going to travel to Firefinger and begin negotiations with the Terrafolk royal family in pursuit of rescuing Razan, Janari's mother, and one of the last cubes they need to end the death curse. It's raining. It's been raining since you all went to bed late last night, and it's raining as you all wake up to the sound of quiet tension as all of Kirsabal is in preparations to make war. The living room has been appropriated to host a wide range of weapons, armaments, backpacks, and other items for the next few days of travel. Kushkol Majanari is still wearing the clothes she was wearing last night and has taken over the table with a myriad of more specific armors and weapons. She seems to be in the midst of preparing them for use of the Arakakra. Along on the table, she has set out a very meager breakfast for the review. It's just old bread crusts and very flavored water. Divanith, a coffee cup has been set aside for you.
Cool.
I just want to say one thing. Jason, you scared the fuck out of me because you left the stream announcement of a follow in the goddamn stream overlay.
Oh,
because I didn't know what the sound was. I just whoosh.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, yeah. Jason.
My bad. Divanith will just, wordlessly approach the breakfast table. Sit. Eating breakfast.
It's dried bread and it's water that looks like it looked at turkey meat once. The coffee's nice, though.
Great. Wish the rain had cut out. I'm certainly going to.
Should make traveling on top of a ice creature very interesting.
Yes.
So, when do you plan on leaving?
Well, should get going as soon as possible.
Agreed. Jet, how are you doing?
Tired. But I'd rather get this over with.
Great. Majanari?
She'll look up. There's lines under her eyes. Yeah.
Did you sleep alright?
No, I didn't sleep.
I'm sorry.
I haven't slept in 6 years, so I'm fine.
Fair enough. Then in that case, let's eat. Did you want to do the drug?
I thought you said
Or do we not have time?
I literally thought you said drug.
You want to do drugs, kids? Nothing gets you ready for a fight like some good old cocaine.
As you guys are sitting down for breakfast, a few of the myriad of people you've gathered at Kirsabal sort of filter in. Artis has traded out some of his clothes for leather armor and has a stricter demeanor about him. Instead of swooping down and sort of hunched, he's standing at his full height and is taking great care with all of his equipment, and he'll tell all of you that he'll be ready to go when you guys are ready to go. But it doesn't look like there will be a storm coming in soon. It'll just be very annoying rain.
Great. Well,
Yeah.
should we call ahead and let them know we're coming, or no?
No. I don't think that would be the best idea. They could run.
I agree. Well, I guess we just wait.
A few minutes will go by. Alba will enter the house after knocking and saying a few words of greeting to Majanari, and he'll slide into the seat next to Solidago and absently rap his knuckles against the table to grab everyone's attention. Am I coming along?
You are your own person. If you would like to come along, and you think your space would be valuable to us, that is your decision to make. But I was thinking, and he kind of looks to Jet and Duranith and Koshak, if Koshak is there yet. It might be wise to leave the cubes here in a safe space, and just in case, should anything happen to us, the next group of adventurers who tries to do this doesn't have to seek them out the same way we did. I think Alba might be some safe hands to keep them in.
He'll nod, and lean in. The princess and I had discussed it last night. She mentioned that I'm the only person she knows that's been classically trained in medicine, and he'll give a respectful nod to Jet, and that I might be useful during the escapade. But if you need someone to stand behind and guard the cubes, I'm sure that would be wise as well. I also know someone needs to watch the T-Rex egg.
Yeah. Where's Eku in all this, actually?
You have not seen Eku all morning.
Well, having an extra pair of healing hands would be useful, but, what do you all think?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily categorize traditional medicine as healing hand. Probably be more advisable for us to bring wounded and injured back here as opposed to try to treat them with traditional medicine. All that would do is just put Alba and his medical knowledge and things at risk. There's going to fight.
How do you suppose that we would transport the wounded back here, Duranith?
We're flying there. Fly back.
He'll kind of his head as he looks over Duranith, and As he opens his mouth to say something, Missionary will look up very sharply and whisper under her breath to, quote, mind his mouth. And I will lean back and nod. It's just unwise for wounded to be forced to travel, especially if their wounds aren't addressed.
Demonth will kind of shrug and say, yeah, but also people who are wounded to that degree require care that's going to take far too long. Stationary, stuck there in the middle of the jungle trying to, who is going to take weeks and weeks worth of care to heal back up. Sometimes you need to move casually.
He'll nod.
She'll shrug and say, do whatever it is. A thought.
He'll squeeze Soul on the shoulder and get up out of his seat. I'll make sure I'm with the others when we see you off, and he'll take his leave.
Soul sort of grabs, sort of takes his shoulder and gives it, his elbow, because he's, reaching up to it, and give him a squeeze and say quietly and draconic, we should also have to think of Bliss. Someone has to come back to her, right?
As you catch Elba's elbow, he'll turn and look at you, and for a brief moment there's an expression of not quite disbelief, but premature grief, and he'll clench his teeth tight and nod wordlessly and continue.
Soul just gives a shrug. You never know.
Tyrion will enter shortly after, stringing a guitar into a makeshift case. Do we want to take 5 minutes here so Muty can get adjusted?
Sure.
Fine with that. Don't forget to drop 2D recorder bot.
We will be right back in a few minutes.
In the meantime, I'm also going to get my...
Tyrion has entered the room at the same time as Koashak. Tyrion wearing the sort of tattered clothing that you all had first seen him in at the heart of Uptea with Valindra's Shadow Mantle. He has a guitar and a violin all strung up in like makeshift instrument cases, and he, apropos of nothing, will say, "I'm coming with you all," and his voice will crack as he finishes a sentence.
What?
I said I'm coming with you guys on the trip.
Jet's gonna just stare at him for a minute. Why?
He looks. He'll look over the crowd. He'll glance at Mercenary, then look at Jet. Because moral support. Someone needs to record what happens, and I'm tired of sitting here while you guys go and do things. And there will be, at some point, where you go a place that I can't be there, and I want to be here for this thing that I can be with you at.
You guys can't hear that, right?
That's fine. It's
You
jungle.
ask, as
Yeah,
yeah.
it's jungle music. It's fine. Jungle sound.
Okay. I'm just gonna mute just in case.
Are you sure this is what you want to do?
Positive.
That's inciting.
All right, go for it.
Fuck!
I mean, glancing over him, he seems pretty sure about it, but he also keeps moving his weight from his left foot to his right foot, and there's a lot of nervous ticks that you're not quite able to discern the meaning of.
Hold on. And Jet will get up, grab Tyrion's wrist, and drag him away from the group.
Oh, okay. So this is go along willingly and sort of like throw a nervous look over his shoulder at Solidago, Javanath, and Koashak as he's dragged away.
Jet's going.
Javanath just looks away.
Jet's going to take him away from to make sure none of the group can see him. And he's going to turn him, and he's going to face him and gently put his hands on Tyrion's face and go, "Are you sure?"
Tyrion relaxes visibly now that he's away from the group, and he'll sort of stoop down so they're closer together, and he'll rest his hand on Jet's shoulder where it kind of meets the neck. Yeah, Jet, I'm serious.
You know we're going to something completely outlandishly dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I was on top of a floating rock with a lich.
I know.
I think I know what outlandishly dangerous is.
And that's why I'm worried that you're going. I don't want to lose you again.
I'm not gonna go to the peak. I'm just gonna stay near Artis. Maybe help. No, I'm not gonna help fight. I'm just gonna stay near Artis and, you know?
You promise? Jet's giving him giving him like the look that they've given each other when they're trying to get the truth out of something.
His expression will like twist and he'll look up. Yeah, I promise.
You're lying to me.
Yes.
You're going to jump in, aren't you?
I'm going to help. No, I don't know. I don't know yet, Jet. I promise.
I'm just worried, okay? I don't think I could lose you again, and this time it would be my fault. Sam had a heart attack.
My dog barked. Well, a dog barked. The dog that I share a house with barked.
I just don't think... I don't know what would happen if I lost you.
Tyrion will run his fingers through Jet's hair and press and give him a kiss and just sort of pull back and say, I think you'd recover, Jet. You're stronger than anybody I know.
That's because of you. Honestly, if you didn't pick me up when I came out of the caves, I don't think I'd be here.
Well, sure, Jet, but that's because you were dying of several infections, but now you don't need me to be strong.
Talking about how I was after I healed.
That too.
Just promise me if it gets too crazy, you run. Ooh, this is gonna get interesting.
Yeah, Jet, I'm not that strong.
Jet's gonna inside him.
Okay.
Come on, Jet. Don't be logical. Fuck! There goes all my shit roll. He passed. Just tell me he passed. I just want to know how fucked Jet is right now. Yeah, okay.
There's nothing that Jet is able to discern about Tyrion's behavior that would signify he's lying.
Okay. And if you're that sure, I guess you can come with us.
Yes. Come on, campfire songs, it'll be great. It'll be great up until the actual fighting, and I'll mind my business, be a problem.
Knowing that you're there will probably make it a little bit easier. Just don't get involved.
Promise. No getting involved. And he'll clap his hand on Jet's facial cheek and leave with a few finger snaps and head out the door.
Jet will grab his collar and give him a big kiss.
You can hear the wind get knocked out of him, and stumbles back from the kiss. He has this big, goofy grin on his face, and he sort of walks backwards out of the house, looking at Jet the entire time.
Jet will blush furiously as he realizes what he just did, and slowly follow behind, very sheepishly, like he's the one that got surprised. Just out of embarrassment.
As you follow Tyrion out of the house and you almost walk out the door, he turns Jet and pushes him back towards the table. I think you still need to do I don't know the term. And he'll close the door and leave.
And Jet will turn, still blushing, and head back towards the group and the table and everything. Guess Tyrion's coming with us. And Jet's like blushing furiously and grinning, even though his voice doesn't sound like that.
Giovanna skeptically rolls her eyes and goes back to whatever she was doing.
Cole smirks like he was about to say something and then returns to eating.
That sounds like a interesting choice.
That's what I said.
I'm sure Tyrion will be beneficial to keeping morale up as we're traveling.
He's
That
good
being
to-
said, how can you guys go over what you're thinking of doing again for me?
So, our plan is to fly to Firefinger, and then land nearby, walk up to it, see if we're engaged by the Terrafolk. If not, start climbing.
All right. The next hour goes by in a blur. All of you check on your equipment, double check on your equipment, and get it loaded onto the ice beast that Artis has summoned outside. A giant Quetzalcoatlus who has been fitted with some leather saddles and various accoutrements to make the 2-day ride more comfortable. The bird has been saddled with all sorts of saddlebags that have been obviously pulled off of a variety mismatch of beasts of burdens from all over the jungle. Blankets have been brought out, again to alleviate the severe coldness. The rain is pelting your bodies. It isn't uncomfortable yet, but there is a strong wind coming in, and the air is threatening to get colder as the day continues. Missionary was only able to gather about 18 Aarakocra. Most of the other Aarakocra were wounded after yesterday's festivities or straight up refused to attend the fight, citing their family's traditions or just a plain unwillingness to fight. Is there anything you guys say or do before taking off? Where do you hide or keep the cube/water jug and your stuff?
So, well, Soul doesn't have the cubes, but he would suggest leaving them with Alba.
Yeah, Dubonnet will turn hers over to Alba.
Jet will turn.
Cole
his over.
would confer with Maju and Ari on where to hide the jug.
Do we want to do a jug real quick?
I think we're kind
No,
of
let's have that as a
preoccupied.
reward. Let's
Yep.
say we did it and then have it explained when we come back as a reward.
There we go. I like that.
Perfect, works for me.
It's like a reward.
If we
It's like
survive,
the
we get to
reward.
find out. If not, we don't remember anyways because we're dead.
If it's one of us, we'll get some memory of them, right?
Missionary will lean in, conspiring with Kosha. I think the garden's our best bet.
In one of the rooms in the tunnels.
I think so, yeah. If
That
not,
sounds
we can
good to me.
hide them. Alright. I think you should hide it.
Princess, you're going to have to accompany me because I've made it a respectful point not to map tunnels. You know, so in case it ever came to blows and you had to chase me in there, you had an equal bet as me getting out of there alive.
Missionary tries to look annoyed, but there's mostly this in concert, a look of fondness as Koshak explains it, and she'll grin and nod, showing off her teeth, and guide Koshak through the meandering tunnels that lead up to the plateau garden, and find a nice, safe room to host the jug in.
Nice.
Nice. But takes the cubes and promises to take good care of them. As the creatures being saddled and everything else like that, who'll sort of balance himself on a rock and give Solidago a kiss, pressing the side of his mouth to the side of Solidago's mouth. And then lean back, putting on an air of stoicism and restraint.
Sol doesn't look baffled by the kiss, but he's doing the Dragonborn equivalent of a blush because all of his scales are puffed up, and he kind of just gives him a hug and sort of like nuzzles against him. I'll be back soon.
We'll take your word for it. The 18 Aarakocra are carrying a variety of equipment between them. They're carrying the heavier things in pairs. And pretty soon, all of you have been mounted onto the Quetzalcoatlus, bundled up in snow gear and blankets as the rain picks up. And soon you were off. And almost as soon as you were off, you guys experienced the rare phenomenon as turbulence. The wind nearly knocking the Quetzalcoatlus off course, shoving things around, nearly sending the adventurers just off the Quetzalcoatlus, but just recovers, and the next 7-8 hours of travel are hellish. It's nauseating, it's awful, you're cold, and by the time you make ground at a campsite that the Aarakocra had flown ahead to prepare, it feels like your body has been separated from your bones.
Grody.
Yuck.
You
Sol is no.
go on.
No, he just looks sick. He had a bad time last time. This was no improvement.
All fall asleep to the sounds of Missionary giving strict orders as the camp is set up and continued. It appears that she has the few Aarakocra she has working in shifts to hone and get in some last training. And you wake up to the sound of Missionary giving commands and orders as breakfast is being prepared in a giant kettle. As are all served soup, and Ivanath is given a cup of coffee.
She wordlessly takes it and sips from said cup of coffee.
The Aarakocra take down the camp with brutal efficiency, masking their hideouts and hiding the fire pit and everything else like that, and within an hour of waking up, you are all in the air again. It is raining, but this time it's overwhelmingly hot. The air almost steaming the rain before it even hits some of you. Your clothes getting wet, and then getting dry, and then getting wet. And over the course of the flying, Missionary will hand Ivanath the pair of gloves that she had requested, along with the contratments and things, and she'll mention over the roar of the flying that she struggled to make some of the smaller coiled metal things, which are her exact words, and that she'll need to touch up on it when they get back to Kirsabal.
She'll say, I'm sure it will work. Good enough. Not, I figure it out. Thank you. She'll start working the leather.
They fit nice. They're padded. Special care has been taken alongside the joints, specifically where Devoneth might rest her hand on some places. The travel goes well. There's at one point where the bird rises above the clouds, and there's no rain that Arctis sort of walks behind to talk and just sit with some of you, and who casually offer Kawashaki a jacket because he looks cold.
Is this like on an airplane? Fucking
Yes, they are flying.
hostess services.
Peanuts, anybody? Peanuts?
Kojak, who does look a little sleepy, will happily take the jacket and wrap it around himself.
Arctis will have a good mood for the rest of the day.
Gay.
Homo.
You all touch down. Eric Hakura again having flown ahead to prepare the camp, and you all settle. Fall asleep to the sound of Mujinari giving commands and drills. You all wake up to the sound of Mujinari giving commands and drills. Breakfast has been made. This time it's cold flavored water, and Devoneth has a cup of coffee.
She takes it and wordlessly drinks it.
This is a weird kind of Groundhog Day. I don't think I remember this.
How come Devoneth keeps on getting coffee?
Are you asking that out loud?
To like Kawashak, not to Mojinari, but he definitely asks it. He looks a little bit jealous. He would like a nice mug of coffee in the morning.
Are you serious, Sol? Are you like, you're not joking with that question?
Only slightly. But I would like some
When-
coffee in the morning.
At your own demise, go ahead and ask.
I'm not quick to do that. No, this is important. They need to get it out of their system.
What?
Or, before we get
This
there,
isn't
and then they can do
bonding,
whatever when
Soul.
we get back.
This isn't
What's that?
bonding, Soul. It's creating a Pavlovian response.
Soul thinks about it, considers, then nods. I can see that. I'm going to quick tend the fire. It's about to go out.
Alright, have fun. Fish, you good?
This time, instead of putting out the fires and taking down the tents and camping things, the Arakakra have formed into circles of 5, and they're all sharing a pot of red clay that's been dusted and ground up, rubbing it into their feathers and painting their beaks with black labyrinthian designs. Mujinari is wearing the garb that you all had seen her fight in, the padded armor, the pants, the high Thayan boots, and the heavy feather cape, and etc., etc. And she, cradling in her hands, is 2 pots of face paint, and she'll wander up to Siladago and Kawashak. Firefinger's about an hour trek from here.
Mm-hmm. Would you like us to help you?
No, I was going to ask Kawashak if he wanted to paint his face with me.
If
are you all
if
ready?
you wanted to paint his face?
Yeah.
Owen, be quiet. We're doing D&D.
Oh, shoot. I can't tell if you guys can actually hear that, or if it's like only when my green thing is. Okay, it's just all the time? Sorry.
Certainly, I would not mind going to paint my face with you.
Thank you. I'm going to steal Koashak from you, Solar Doggo.
Be my guest. Be my guest.
Wonderful. Koashak, present your arm.
Koashak presents his arm for taking.
Missionary takes it and walks him exactly 5 feet and sits down on a stump.
Is there another log or anything, or is Koashak sitting on the jungle floor?
He can sit on the jungle floor, or he can share the stump with Missionary. She doesn't seem opposed to it.
It's a big stump, but he takes a seat next to her. He keeps his posture very closed, hands in his lap.
She'll wordlessly just hand him a pot of black face paint and start smearing yellow over her jaw and neck. You all are now preparing to fight the Terror Folk. How are things with the rest of you? Are there any special steps that you all are taking?
Does Soul know of any like rituals that? Oh my God, Archie. Does he know of any like rituals that would be like like blessings from Obteo for this sort of thing that you could do? Like going into war things.
Roll me a religion check. With that, compounding with what you're seeing of the Arakakra, one of the most important things when, worshipping Opteo and other things is to just sort of memorize your maze of life in preparations for losing your most likely dying soon. A lot of reflection on your mortality and making the appropriate reparations.
Okay. Alba and him did spend all that time while we were having some downtime practicing his mazes. So he will think about his maze of life and consider and etc. as he knows he should.
Jet?
Jet's actually gonna go look for Devoneth.
She's pretty easy to find.
Yeah.
For now.
Devoneth, do you have a second?
Sure, Jet. I was just... And she'll just, futz around with her quiver. What's up?
So, and he, takes open his book and kind of does the nerdy thing where he's trying to show her something upside down by accident. So, I found this spell. I know you're not fond of them, but it's kind of like the fire arrow thing that Cole does. Except a lot more powerful.
She'll nod.
It will grant you the ability, power from Mystra. And it won't go on you, which I know you don't like. It will go on your bow.
Well, I mean, if you think that Mystra would take time out of her day to better my bow, I don't necessarily see a problem with it.
She kind of indirectly showed me this spell, and I realized how immensely powerful it is for someone like you to wield it.
That is both flattering and terrifying at the same time.
Yes, just if we can, please make sure you're near me So that way, when everything starts, I can touch your bow, and then you can run off.
She'll nod and say, I'm pretty sure I can get to you.
Okay. And what Jet will do is, like, just show Duvanith how it works, essentially, for the most part. And
She'll just nod, not knowing what she's looking at.
Yeah, and Jet's just feeling, you can hear his confidence building, knowing that he's able to help a friend, especially one as Duvanith.
Duvanith is like looking at the diagram and she's like, ah, shit, that's really magical, huh?
Duvanith is just looking for the numbers of how much more damage.
How many more dice does it add? She'll pat him on the shoulder and say, "Thanks, Jet. I gotta." And she'll point over towards where Cole and Measure
are. Jet will nod and then probably just go find Tyrion and relax with him, not trying to stress out more than he already is.
Duvanith will walk over to...
Take advantage for this session, Sam, for bringing out your bird.
Because he's Archimedes, and thus does...
No, I just got bird.
I was trying to make a bad joke, but thank you, I appreciate it. He's being quiet.
Duvanith, what are you doing?
Oh, just walking over to where Mizunari and Koashak are futzing with the black war paint.
Koshak, how have you painted your face? There were only about 3 colors offered to you, red, black, and yellow.
He's never done war paint before. So he's just like... But he's done what he's seen like the Aarakocra do or Majranari do. He's kind of like imitating that. But because he's a perfectionist, it's like very precise and clean. Since apparently they got the time.
Missionary has painted a fine line across her nose, and up it's black, and then from that down it's yellow, and she's paying special attention to paint over her eyelids. And as Duvanith approaches, she switches from talking to Koashak in Abyssal and goes to Common. Can I help you?
Hello, Duvanith.
Hey, she'll just dip one finger in the black paint and put little sort of black lines under her eyes, and she's like, if I'm going to be shooting up, I don't need glare in my eyes.
Missionary has a wordless expression that can't be defined, but it's definitely a negative emotion.
Oof.
Yeah. And Duvanith will sort of nod and say, thank you. Sort of make sure that she gets the excess paint off her.
She'll turn to Koashak and say, I love how rude your friends are. Common.
Duvanith, you should have asked.
Oh, she's already walked off.
Oh, she's already gone. She just like leaves.
Yep.
Then Koashak just like looks after her and goes, like attracts like, I guess. I don't know.
You're not supposed to be on their side.
Koashak's like, well, fuck.
Our walk to Firefinger is left undisturbed. It's just the 4 of you. Mujinari, Eku, and the myriad of others have stayed behind and are finding positions that they think the Terrafolk are likely to try to reinforce from. Missionary told you that she has a whistle that you all will most definitely hear when the time comes, and she tells you that it will sound like a grown man screaming to death.
Good to know.
You approach Firefinger, and you smell it before you see it. The accompanying smelling of rot and bloating in the warm, humid air. And before the tree line breaks, you start to see skeletons and bodies in the thick underbrush. Adventurers who made it with broken legs, but not far enough before you see javelins or arrows erupting from their rib cages. And as you break through the thick jungle into a wide, circular clearing, where in the middle of it is a tall, almost completely vertical spire, are bodies. Hundreds of bodies, all in various states of decomposition. Most of them old, but there's quite a few fresh ones. Some of the jungle and the grass has overtaken a few of the older ones. But as you guys are taking in the sight of Firefinger, you don't see very much of the Terrafolk. You can see a few distant flying figures, but there isn't a great collection around it. There's a giant fire at the top, but nobody has seemed to notice you.
Well,
Should we... If it's there?
I mean, should we check for traps?
You mean like an ambush?
That too.
They can fly. I don't think any traps that we can do will stop them from using their wings.
Oh, no. Like, had they left traps?
Oh. My bad.
You're good.
can I investigate for trap?
This is a massive clearing. Where specifically are you checking for traps?
So there's none obviously visible in the clearing.
No, there isn't like any obvious like wire traps or anything.
Should we approach the tower and maybe check the tower?
We'll take out his staff and swirl it around and then point it out in front of him and say, yes, but I have a slight precautionary tool in case there's any pitfalls.
Do you mind if I'm not? That's wise.
Set towards the tower?
So you guys are going to move towards the tower with Kobushak at the front, sort of keeping an eye out for traps?
Yeah, and tapping the ground to check for pitfalls.
Okay. As you creep closer to Firefinger, the bodies get more dense, some of them in natural piles of 5 to 10, all of them still wearing the armor and clothing they died in. Some of them have had bones and body parts dislodged, either in the fall or just from being fought over by scavengers or even the Terrafolk themselves. And rising high above the jungle canopy is a 300-foot tall, naturally formed-looking spire. with smoke issuing from a giant flaming beacon at the top of it. The walls of the spire are sheer and dotted with small caves and rumbling ledges. There are frail-looking wooden ladders, hanging from narrow ledges at various heights, though you can see spots where fresh ladders have been added. Nobody will come down to investigate you all, but you can see that the terrafolk have taken notice of you. The few flying terrafolk have landed at the top of the Firefinger. Your arrival is anticipated.
Seems like they've taken note of us.
Seems like they were expecting us.
Well, they knew that we were going to come and talk about the cube.
We see if we can signal them.
We can try. If you would like to.
Devaneth will just wave at the terrafolk that are like leering down at them.
Their faces are obscured by the heavy sun. Response.
Don't seem to be receptive. Can't see they're like talking about it.
How do we invite them down? They might have the same idea as us and not be willing to come down because they want to get us in a spot.
Want to take us to a second location?
Secondary location.
Well, I mean, if they're not going to talk to us, might as well head up. It's a trap, but if we know it's a trap, we can anticipate it.
A trap. Most definitely a trap.
Yeah.
I have a few things that could help us in case something happens up there.
Great. Should we just go for it?
I suppose so. I mean,
I
it's either that or wait down here forever.
Or, I mean, I could just shoot one of those ones watching us, get this whole thing started.
No.
So we get the cube.
That's probably wise. Or at least until we know where the cube is.
Yes.
Well, let me make sure that I'm not.
You all climbing up are waiting.
Soul's going up.
Devaneth is following Soul.
Jet will be right behind Duvana.
And Cole will bring up the rear.
Right. As you all start to climb up the sheer ladders, braving yourselves against the rocky walls and things and such of the Firefinger, I need all of you to make me a dexterity check.
Ouch.
That wasn't a great idea for me to go first, huh? I'm not bad at these. I'm just not great. I'll take it.
Oh wow, okay. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh boy.
So the first three of you are able to scale Firefinger without complaint. Duvaneth, climbing comes natural to you, and Jet, you're used to climbing things. No, you're not. So the dog, you struggle with it at times. Your claws in, being able to hoist your weight and the weight of your gear without toppling the ladder or slowing down the others. Koshak. you have a choice. You can take 1 level of exhaustion, or let me find the damage for you. Or 3d10 damage.
Damn.
One exhaustion doesn't affect my ability to cast spells, does it?
It's just ability checks.
So you'd be a little bit less perceptive when checking for traps, but like you
Alright,
wouldn't
I'll
be.
I'll take the exhaustion. At least that's not 3d10 damage.
Yeah.
Need all the HP I can
All
get.
right. Kushak, as you climb up, the strain on your body of pulling up your weight and the weight of your gear proves quite a bit. And as the group of you pull yourselves over the top of Firefinger and onto the pinnacle with the rest of the Terrafolk, the muscles in your body are strained and pulled to their limit, Kushak.
He just kind of falls over the edge.
Are you alright?
No. That was exhausting.
Well,
In 1 second.
I'll sit close to you then. Also, it's Rayland.
That's true.
Hanging on Soul today.
Are you guys all on the map?
Yep.
Yep.
You have a map?
Is there
Mhm.
a house thing blocked off?
Yes.
Yes. And it's raining.
Oh,
It's very cool.
Oh, it's raining?
Oh, it's raining, you
The
say?
natural phenomenon of
No,
rain?
the clouds part and it warms up.
The natural phenomenon known as raining, you say?
Seems pretty natural.
She can just hide anywhere now.
You thought she was a ghost.
The spire's pinnacle is flat and about roughly 50 feet square across. The edges are crumbling and look much, much worse than when you had first seen them in the memory jug. The vines and low brush grow up in profusion. There are bones and scraps of meat from dozens of creatures scattered everywhere, most of them humanoid. A crumbling stone house of sorts with the collapsed wall, familiar in the jug, is just off to the side of you. And there's a roaring giant flame as if disembodied from a bonfire about 40 feet above the ground from where you guys are. From the edge of the pinnacle from where you guys are, you can feel the weight, the heat of it, but it isn't consuming. There are about 4 terrafolk gathered around. You can recognize 2 terrafolk to the sides of you, their bodies exceptionally leathery and worn with age and scars, their muzzles turning a dour shade of green. And on the far end of you is the Terrafolk King and the Terrafolk Prince, the 2 of them being distinguished by the various trophies decorating their body. Off to the next to you, where that circle star is a stump where a totem bearing the visage of a terrafolk wearing some type of jewels and other things is. And there's this unsteady pulsing sensation coming from it that is exceptionally strong to you, Jet.
As in what?
arcane stuff. That is where we are going to take another 5-minute break, and then we will launch into
Discussions.
negotiations.
Buggers.
Negotiations were short.
All right. We'll be back in 5 minutes, and then shit about to get crazy, guys. We're back.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the Relaxing Tavern. Everyone has joined with me, and we are about to begin negotiations with the Terrafolk King, Prince, and the others concerning the Puzzle Cube and the Kushkal Razan. The King and Prince are at the opposite sides of the pinnacle platform area for you all, and the Terrafolk gathered are very keenly studying all of you.
Duvaneth will just sort of nod and say, "Good day, everybody. Your Majesty."
The king will crane his neck and beckon you with one wing forward.
She'll take like 2 steps forward.
Same with Cole.
As well. Specifically keeping within 5 feet, because that's when my thing works.
Right, make sure to move your guys' tokens.
Oh, yes.
Sorry about the grid.
Yeah, it's kind of really bad. That's okay. Here, there you go, Jet.
We're
Oh, well, I'll go here instead.
here for the cubes, and we will be out of your hair. Cube, sorry.
The king will take a step forward, positioning himself in such a way that he has the line of sight on everybody at the pinnacle, except for his son, and will tuck his wings against his body and loom over all of you. Very well. We want the princess.
Don't you already have one?
Yes, we want the other one, the one you're familiar with.
Yeah, no, that's not going to work. We're actually in the business of trying to save the world, not make negotiations. So, as we mentioned, this would fix the egg. This would fix the egg hatching issue.
The king will tuck his head and take on an absolute suffocating air of arrogance and smugness. The problems that affect the rest of the world do not affect the Terrafolk.
Well, it actually does seem that the rest of the world affects the Terrafolk, given your lawn decorations. And she'll like motion down to the clearing.
He'll make a show of like kind of turning his head and looking over the side, knowing full well what's down there.
As he turns his head, Duvaneth is going to stick her arm behind her back, and so Jet can see it, and like tap on her quiver, like the bottom of it, and then we'll like bring her hand back forward.
He'll turn forward and sort of cock his head as he observes. The rest of the world has pressed their presence upon the Terrafolk. We do not go hunting for them. They go hunting for here.
I mean, as you know,
besides,
you came hunting for us, and then you came hunting for us a second time after we turned back your first hunting party, found it. So I don't necessarily buy that explanation. Could we please just have the cube, and we will be on our way?
We'll think.
Jet wants to take a step closer, so his hand is basically... He's, like, right behind Duvaneth, looking like he's being there for her, but his hand's gonna be, like, touching her bow.
Okay. Make me a sleight of hand check with advantage, Jet.
Well, he's not casting, he's just standing there, that's all.
Okay.
Oh, hell
Jet
yeah.
did something good!
No.
You ate all your shitty. Nope,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
He ate his Wheaties
Rack
today.
will adjust and change the topic. The 4 adventurers you sent here.
Javada's will her brow will furrow and say, "I'm sorry."
Lord Donovan of the Gales. I sent them back to Kirsabal. Did you ask your princess what she did with them?
Javada just sort of shakes her head and like, I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about.
We can lie too.
The smugness will away, and this unmistakable look of anger will like possess his body. This arrogance is not becoming when you've been consorting with people who've done worse things than me.
Javada just shakes her head and says, yes, arrogance. I'm here for the cube. Could we please get the cube and we will be on our way?
Koshok is like looking at the ground, trying his hardest not to laugh.
This Soul's not doing. Hold it. How well is Soul doing? It won't actually. He's doing pretty good. He's like just slightly smirking.
King Rack will. You can see his skin like sort of tighten as all of the muscles in his body tighten as well. And he'll take a second, grab his bearings, and gesture towards the hut. Go ahead. The cube is inside.
Javada looks at him and says, "No, I'm looking to be presented the cube."
Ooh.
I'm not going to present you with the cube. If you want the cube, you will take it.
You're
but
right.
I'm not going to
I
hand
will.
it to you. Alright.
Oh shit!
Alright, them there's fight words.
Really? What keeps you away?
I'm not
Give it
walking into
away.
that obviously trapped house. I'm not
Right.
stupid.
Do I look like an idiot?
Alright, give me 1 second.
You don't have the
I'm
cube yet.
honestly so afraid of that that totem.
In the cinematic, in the animation, Duvana says, "Yeah, I will," and then immediately Jet has already cast the spell, and she's aiming the bow directly at his head.
Yeah.
The one thing is I'm afraid of that totem, though.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
wondering what that's going to be, but
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Are we rolling
Alright.
initiative?
Give me 1 second.
Have we figured out Soul
Cool.
Singer?
Alright. Everyone, roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Well, let me.
oh yes,
Let's go!
okay.
Come on, dude.
Right.
Fucking
Come on,
Get
dude.
it.
Hold it.
Am
I'm
I
trying
an
to.
idiot? Oh, there it is.
There it is. Yeah, I was having the
I
same
believe in
issue.
you. I believe in you.
Come on, roll.
Oh
Make
no,
it
you
right
click it
back.
inside the battle track.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. I don't know exactly because
So-
I have the advantage, so I'm not sure how to do advantage again. But so how would I roll advantage here?
Mm,
Like, is it possible to adjust my number once it's in there? Because I
think
can just roll another dex check.
DM might be able to.
Yeah, I think Fish is the only one who can alter the numbers.
I can reroll initiative for you. But just 1 second. Okay, yeah. Reroll.
Just so you know, Jet rolled a natural 20.
But use a separate dice.
That's the second one in
Ability
this.
check. Normal.
No.
13.
Today he
So-
rolled a 1 and a 20.
Okay.
So,
So
13.12.
His position in the order doesn't change.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. But it matters to me just in case something else happens to come through here.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm sure it's only a matter of time before they call him back up. Because this ain't a lot of Terrafolk.
Oh god.
Fear.
All right. Combat starts. Duvaneth, as your words cut through the air and the Terrafolk make sense of it, King Rack will give a sharp turn of his head, the bones in his neck cracking as he does. A few seconds go by, and you hear a distant, muffled, bone-curdling scream.
Oh.
It is the top of the turn order. What are you doing?
So Duvaneth, as there's sort of that exchange, she works as quickly as possible to pull an arrow, knock an arrow, clip the string of her bow into the glove, rip it back, and is going to utilize the bonus action aim to give herself advantage on her next attack, and then she is going to use her action to hold her action until Jet casts his spell on her bow. And once that happens, she is going to release an arrow, and she is aiming at... yeah, you know what? She'll open with shooting the king. She'll work her way down.
What an opener!
As she promised, she would work her way down from the top, killing whoever decides to kill.
Make it pop. DJ, speakers.
Instead of Ballroom Blitz, we have TikTok playing in the background.
I'm fine with that. That's fucking amazing. That's perfect.
TikTok is a better... Oh, that's a lie. I was about to say TikTok's a better song, but it's not.
Jet,
Seeing this
the combat has switched.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I want your intro. I want your intro.
No, go.
Jet, seeing how quickly Duvaneth moved and he wasn't prepared, he's going to lean under her and go, Mistress Might, let Duvaneth smite, and tap her bow and cast Holy Weapon. And Jason, you're going to enjoy the living fuck out of this spell.
Oh, I know.
Extra 2d8 per attack.
Okay.
And
cool.
As his action, he's going to grab object interaction. He's going to grab the Rod of Alertness and slam it into ground and cast it and activate it. Everybody has +1 to AC, advantage on saving throws, and can see any invisible creature within 30 feet radius.
Oh.
How do I do templates? 1 second. We're about to be interrupted.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Dad!
Hey, Dad.
We've started an adrenaline rush fight.
Hey, Fish,
and
you just
here
got
is Dad.
inspiration. Fish just got inspiration from Omega. Fuck.
Of course.
God damn it, Omega.
After these...
She's not going to use it here. She's going to save it until the very end.
After the cahoots that happened in Among Us, I'm unsurprised.
Oh, what happened to Among Us?
When Omega knew that Fish was the imposter.
Oh, right. That, yeah. Uh-huh, those cahoots. You're on my shit list, Omega. I'm joking, I love you.
Omega gives Fish inspiration in Twitch chat, and I'm just like, it's not going to help.
Yeah, Fish,
It's
you
not-
have Fish, you have
I'll say
advantage.
Fish isn't going to use it here. She's going to save it until the very end when we have to fight, Horn or Rosny or whatever.
Man. Sockhorn Man.
So how do I use templates?
Are you looking to make a radius?
Yeah.
So if you go to the measurement controls and then the circle template, you like pick a square where it's dropped, which I guess would be on jets, and then you drag it out to the appropriate radius.
Oh, and
So-
it does the math for you. Okay, what's the radius?
60 feet.
Feet
Nice.
diameter or radius?
60
Diameter.
foot radius, so it's 120 feet. It's basically
big.
going to cover the whole.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is gigantic. Holy shit.
Allies only, or all
Oh,
people in the
Sorry. It's 60 feet of bright light, 60 feet of dim, and anything in the 60 feet radius is all of that. So
Okay.
it's more than this. It's literally, it's an entire light dome at the top of this
It's-
mountain.
Yeah, it's any creature that's friendly to the wielder, so it would be Jet's choice.
Oh, so just us.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep.
Unless Jet wants to mix it up, I guess.
That'd
Unless
be an
he's feeling
interesting
fruity,
choice, but
derogatory.
mix it up,
Okay,
derogatory.
anyways.
So
Just-
+1 bonus to AC and saving throws, and you can sense the location of any invisible hostile creature that is also in the bright light.
Okay.
So like we couldn't see like into this place, but like we won't be able to sense like an invisible thing in there, but like
Yeah,
only
if
what is
someone,
touched by the
if
light?
someone's invisible in there, we can feel it, but we can't see them. So it's like blind sense, I think it is, where like you know where they are, but you just can't see them.
Well, hold it. Let me look at it. Any creature that's friendly, it's going. That's also in the bright light, so I don't think you'd be able to see it. Like we will be able to sense it, just because it's like shadow. Like the light is not touching that area.
Fish, does that trigger my held
Hi.
action?
The casting of Holy Weapon on you does trigger hold action.
So many dice.
Kill his ass.
He
30.
Oh
Yo!
Oh my
Fucking
god!
30. Broken.
Are you kidding
Yes!
me?
Oh, I've been so
God.
overdue, and if there was gonna be, I love it. Okay,
Fucking bullshit.
All right, tax time. That's 48 damage.
so that is just the bow.
Oh my god.
It's
Um,
just that's not even the
That there's no sneak there yet. Let me get my sneak going here. There's sneak, so we're up to 40,
Plus
and
4d8.
then
Plus 4d8 radiant damage.
Shh, guys, be quiet.
that's
Oh my god!
oh
that's
wait a
cool.
Ooh.
I rolled doo-doo on the fucking radiant damage.
Didn't Fish say that was going to be 48 damage? Because she's only one off.
Right?
Hey!
Hey, all right, so that's 47 points of damage.
40. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
47 points of damage.
God damn.
That concludes.
Give it up for round one!
That concludes my held action.
It wasn't even her turn. This is bullshit.
Pull back and release the arrow. It rips through the air, and you can hear it whistling over the wind, over everything, as it pierces the king. In between where a beautiful necklace had been hanging from his neck, the arrow just severs it off of his body and just hits him in the trachea. And you can hear his breathing become affected. This gnarled exhale and inhale of blood and air. Yeah, you did a lot of damage, hon.
Great. That
Enemy.
I think that concludes Jet's turn.
Fuck. man. We're fucked.
As Jet finishes his turn, several things happen in rapid succession.
Shit.
The king pulls a javelin almost out of the air and gives it a whirl as he darts forward, tucking his wings against his body. And he will use a... As he moves forward, getting in close to Koashak, and hits him 3 times, moving up the body as he does.
Okay.
Soul's going to block the first one that hits. Use
And
intercept
then-
on the first one that hits.
Okay, really quick. When it comes to absorb elements, is that any damage type or just elemental damage?
Only elemental
It-
damage.
It listens to the spell.
Also, don't forget muting.
All it says,
your
all it says
AC
is
when
resistance to triggering damage. That's why it was
So
confusing.
It in where like it says a reaction, it will say
Oh, there it is.
it'll
Okay,
say
cool.
all kinds of damage.
I've just seen it.
Didn't you replace this fighting style?
Nope, I had protection, but I took interception instead.
Got it.
Basically, I went from giving disadvantage to taking damage. From removing damage.
Okay. Roll that. One second.
Yeah, it's on the first attack, so first attack that hits.
All right.
specifically.
Roll me that 1d10 as the first attack does hit.
So 1d10 plus what is our proficiency right now?
What's your AC, Koashak?
17.
What is
Okay.
our where's it list our proficiency? +4. 6. Every little bit counts.
The first 2 attacks will hit, though as Solidago slips his weapon, it deflects a large bulk of the piercing damage. And Koashak, you take 6 piercing damage from the first attack,
Mm-hmm.
and then you take 7 piercing damage from the second attack, and the third attack swings wide. It just sort of hits up against your shield.
Was
God bless the turtle.
is
Yes,
the
the damage
6
has already been reduced.
Okay, I was about to ask because thank you.
Okay, have you taken your damage?
Yes.
And he will move back just as quickly as he did, giving Duvanith and Koashak an attack of opportunity.
I can't because holding my action the way I did consumes my reaction. So
Then
Yes.
I will bap.
Bap, bap.
Ra-ba-ba-ba.
however, he's going to regret stepping back like that next turn.
Come on, I hit the roll button. Give it a sec. I guess. Point to murder. Not my laptop. It doesn't deserve it. There we go. Oh, never mind.
You have to
click
hit the,
on
like, attack and
I got it.
damage.
Don't worry.
Alright, an 11 will not hit.
Cole goes to swing his quarterstaff, and much like the last attack, it goes wide, and it does not hit.
As the Terrafolk King finishes doing that kind of middling display of martial prowess, the strange Terrafolk totem sends out one large pulse, resonating with the gold feathered mantle that the Terrafolk King is wearing.
Big brain time.
And a anti-magic circle goes up, suppressing the
shit.
holy weapon and the rod in the ground. Mind you, suppressing.
I knew that was gonna be a thing.
And I will and I will pull up what anti-magic circle does.
Okay, so like the spells aren't gone, they're just muffled. Like we can't use them.
Yeah.
Aw,
Okay, give me a
beans.
second. I can't pull it up for quick reference.
I knew that's
Hey,
what
maybe
that thing was gonna
maybe
do.
that means that the that Razan can't hear the soulmonger anymore. So that's that's nice.
Maybe that's how that works. Who knows?
Maybe she'll be spared. Just a moment.
She'll sleep.
Give me 1 second to pull it up for you guys.
What's funny is Jet was worried that that's what the thing was.
It's
good call.
is that Jeremy Clarkson meme or whatever where he's like, so anyways, because
Because Devon doesn't have to give a shit.
anyways.
Oh no, that sucks.
Anyways.
I will drop the link in group chat because it's too big to deposit in the Foundry chat.
I'll put it on
Oh,
the
that
screen for a minute.
sucks. Tyrion, play Despacito.
Omega
I
said
can
devil
send you
emoji
stories.
fish.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm sure everyone in the DM chat that we can't see has been thinking about this.
Oh wait. Spells and other magical effects except those created by an artifact or a deity. Does the rod count as an artifact?
No, an artifact is a rarity of magic weapon.
Oh, okay, cool.
You guys would know if you had an artifact because you'd be getting killed over it.
Yeah.
True.
If only we had the Ring of Winter, that would work.
Yeah, if only we had the Ring of Winter.
If only.
Or bookmark. Ow.
Can I get one thing ruled on it, Fish? When
Sure.
did Jet see the armor flare up and then the field came out? Like, how was this activated? Like, it was because Cole hit the armor. Just tell me how it activated, because
I'm not sure what you're asking.
was there a trigger to the field, or did he like do that as like a bonus action or something?
It is a layer action, if that's what you're asking.
Layer action. Okay, thank you. That is what I was asking.
On initiative count 20.
I thought
okay.
I thought it was like his armor got hit and it like something happened.
No, but it is resonating with the feathered mantle that the Terrafo Kinga has on his head.
Okay.
This little Terrafolk is going to go earn his retirement, and he's going to shoot about 10 feet up into the air, then careen down and swipe up against Jet.
Hit?
Does a 16 hit?
Yep, because he doesn't have his shield out.
Okay. That is 7 damage.
Oh.
69.
Wow.
Nice.
Stop.
Thank you.
Oh, Sarah.
Love you all.
And he will circle away, giving Jet an attack of opportunity as he settles down in front of the shack.
Jet's not going to because he can't even punch. So he'll just watch him fly away.
Alright. It is King Mrak's turn. He will lean over his shoulder and look over at his son and go disrupt the Aarakocra's plans. And he will turn to the 4 of them. And giving another forward twirl with his javelin, He's gonna do something totally inventive and brave. He's gonna move forward and start ruining people's days.
Really? What? Oh my god. What coincidence.
He's so funny.
I know, right?
Alright, Soul, what's your AC?
AC is, well, because the thing is down, his AC is back to 14.
Alright.
Oh, he's not raged yet. Fuck.
I thought you got advantage if you raged.
No, if it's a if it's a surprise attack,
Oh, okay.
surprise rounds,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
he can do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm pretty positive.
13 piercing damage and 13 piercing damage. So you take 13 times 2 damage.
26. Okay, so 13 minus 80 is
60.
A number.
7.
67. Yeah. Cool.
Sol and Duvanith, with the Terrafolk King so close to you, you can see that around his neck that had a heavy gold necklace sort of obscuring it. You can see on a thin piece of twine clasped in a sort of silver shell is a preserved human eye of a particularly rich brown hue.
Nice. Like my eyes.
Who?
He will move back, letting Sol take an attack of opportunity.
He can't. He used his reaction to buffer
Got
color
it.
shock.
Okay. The prince, listening to his father, will sort of careen off the ledge and disappear from sight. One second. There we go.
I wouldn't necessarily remove him from the turn order just yet.
No, I wouldn't either.
No,
I wouldn't either.
I just toggled him. I didn't get rid of him. Trust
Oh,
me.
okay. Good.
I'm measuring.
He is 100 feet away. He did use his action to dash. Soul,
Oh, that's perfectly
Return.
fine.
Okay.
give him hell.
Where did I hear the screaming come from?
That was Majunari's whistle.
No, it was. Was it?
Yeah, I remember
thought
it would sound like a man screaming.
Yeah.
I thought it was like specifically a woman screaming that we heard. Maybe I was mishearing. That's fine. So instead, what Soul's going to do is, he is going to go ahead and sort of check back to see how Koshak and Jet are doing, and then he is going to go 5, maybe. Come on. 5, 10, 15, 20 to there. And he is going to rage.
Ingy boy.
And he, yes, like the runes on Mimihez sort of like flaring up gold and sort of like coming up his hand to like where this like his stabs are and like getting all like maze like golden shit. It's very cool. And he is going to take Mimihez and he is going to attack King twice, recklessly.
Why do I feel like that was
Alright.
like a Terrafolk racial slur? Like the way you said that.
That is a microaggression.
I apologize. A 17 and a 21 to hit.
Both of those will hit.
Cool. And normal, and then he also gets his D8 on the first one. For where are you? Why aren't you in my collection. No, you are in my collection. There you are. Damage. Normal. So, I think that's correct. So, 4 points of damage to this man's. So, 9, 6, 15, plus 4, 19 points of damage to him.
You do a sweeping damage across him. His veins sort of going putrid from where Mima has dug into his body. He's not looking so good. But he isn't bleeding. It's crusted in black, like you've seen on the zombies and other desiccated bodies across Chult.
Takes note of
So,
this.
Drago, is that your turn?
No, it isn't. Can I go ahead and action surge? And continue to smack this guy with Mimihez. That's a dagger, not what I want. Mimihez, there we go. Oh, hold it. I'm doing regular attacks. Let me do versatile. That'll be better. Normal. Hold it.
You got rolled a hit.
No, hold it. I'm doing what? Hold it. I'm doing this bad. Advantage and advantage. So a 19 and a 26 to hit. It's not a crit though, unfortunately. Do those hit?
Okay. As the first one goes to hit, he'll bring his javelin up, catching Mimihez in between the obsidian teeth, performing a parry. The second one will hit, though.
So there's the cool parry, and then he just like comes around and just slams it back into him.
Yeah.
11, and then do I get Divine Fury twice? Let me see. While you're raging, first creature you attack on each of your turns. So this, I don't think it counts for a second Divine Fury.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Then 11 points of damage. Let me make sure I show that I rage. Or
He's not looking so hot.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Stark, he's not feeling so good.
All right, is that your turn?
Now it's his turn. That's his turn, yes.
All right. At the end of your turn, Soul, the king will... Let me check. Take up into the air and move 15 feet from you and then 15 feet up. So he's... Because D&D doesn't do that triangular crap, he's 15 feet from you.
Okay. Does this get me an attack of opportunity because he's running away from me?
It does not.
Disengage.
This particular ability, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Legendary actions.
Let me make sure I show that I use that. Okay, cool. He does not look happy about this, but he turns his attention to the other man. You try to leave, fucker.
Okay, that he won't get that close, but he will move forward, sort of taking the king's place. And bop, bop, bop to the top with advantage.
Take away your inhibition.
It's trying.
Okay, 15 hits, right? Can you pull up the rules
yes.
for reckless attack?
Reckless.
Anybody that attacks Soul gets advantage until Soul's next turn.
Yeah.
I still need it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm grabbing it.
Kobold's done it
yeah,
enough. I had to
fine.
make sure I knew it.
No, I know it too because I had to watch Cobalt do that, and I was going to heal him afterwards.
So it's all attack rolls until your
All
next
attack
turn?
rolls.
Okay. Oh, no, sorry. I rolled. Okay. Both of those will hit.
Just to be expected of a barbarian.
11 points. 11 points of damage.
Okay, is that already halved or?
It
Should
is
I
not
have
already halved.
Okay, thank you. It's been a while since we've done it, so I haven't been paying attention. So that'd be down to 5. So 62. All right.
Hey. What's up, Kosha?
Before I make my move, what was the decision on if you use Call Lightning to directly strike onto a person?
I don't know what you mean.
So, let me pull up the spell.
You would also have to move out of the range of the
Oh, I know.
thing. Okay, I just want to make sure you do.
Here, let me.
The noise.
This is. I'm not gonna cast it like for real. For real. This is just putting an example.
Mhm.
So, me please, homie please. Well,
Yeah, I think it would trigger the dexterity save and damage when you cast it.
even if I ran out of the area. Oh, like if I ran out of the area and I managed to hit him.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna put it at the edge here. You can assume that.
Oh my.
How many areas of effect can we have this session?
Stacks on stacks on stacks.
Kojak is going to. He's basically just running diagonally across here to the edge, like here. Let me turn off that.
Okay.
That's the best decision.
No, he's not going like on the edge. Well, you know, whoever said it was a good decision. How can I? Beans. Let's go. Can he see the prince?
Yes, he can see the prince.
Okay. Then he is going to cast Call Lightning and bring down the wrath of the gods upon this tiny little pterodactyl man.
Alright, Okay, and it has just to make sure, it does say a range of 120 feet?
Yes.
Okay. And he has to make, what's the DC?
Let me look at my... I have to go between so many fucking tabs. 14.
Okay. Wait, roll the damage. Okay, and that would be halved since he succeeded on his dexterity save. So that would be 10 or 11.
11.
11.
Got it. As you strengthen the gray clouds forming over Firefinger and you pull down the lightning, the prince has expertise in moving through the lightning strikes, but you can see it pierce through his wings and sort of harry him as he starts to move towards where the Aarakocra have engaged Terrafolk in battle. The king will give out a pained shout. Is that your turn?
That's his turn.
All right. Jonathan, as your turn begins, the king hits the point of bargaining, and you can hear his strangled voice over the crowd of violence. I can give you your father back.
Oh no.
What? So he's trying to talk to Duvanov?
Yes.
She is like looking at the bow in her hands, having seen the magic just get snuffed out, and she's, as he's saying that, she's just like, weapon of Mistra. And she will run forward and will completely ignore anything he has to say because it's absolutely irrelevant to her in this moment. And
It's beaten time.
Does it still break? It comes back like once.
Once you leave the area.
Okay, just making sure.
She is going to run forward and come up to the edge. Give me my. So she's going to move to. She's going to sprint forward, and as she exits the area, the holy weapon's going to come back on. She sees the Terrafolk prince sort of swoosh, swoosh, and she's going to take out an arrow, and she will go ahead and use a bonus action to use insightful fighting.
This suck.
So he needs to make a charisma check if he even knows he's being watched. I don't. Versus a insight check from me. I don't think he's the most charismatic.
All right, go for it. Roll me that insight.
21.
Jesus.
Yeah, he fails.
Cool.
Getting a good glance at him, you can see that the prince is about to swoop low.
About to being the key word. Duvana will, having looked him over up and down, will now loose the arrow and fire it at him.
Okay.
Whoops. Double click. 14 to hit.
Oh.
A 14 does not hit.
Action
Rip.
surge, she'll fire again. Sorry.
Wouldn't you get advantage on that?
I mean, you're the DM, you tell me.
That insightful did.
No,
it just gives
Insightful
you
doesn't.
attack.
It just gives me my sneak attack.
Oh, okay.
Now, whether or not he thinks he's going to get shot from fucking 100 feet out, and whether or not that gives me advantage, but I will action surge and fire again.
Okay, go for it.
17 to hit.
All right, that hits.
Yes, it does.
Fuck
Aside
him
from
up,
that-
Devon.
Aside from that one crit, man, my fucking
Fuck
rolls
him up,
have been
Keenan.
grade A shit. All right. So 9 points of piercing damage. Top of sneak attack. 12 points of damage on top of. Two D. That's more than I rolled on 4d8 on my
Yeah.
crit for holy weapon. God
Yep.
damn. All right, so let's see. That brings it 32 points of damage.
Okay, so that is
32 points of damage.
as the prince is whistling through the air, adjusting his speed and his trajectory after the clash of lightning bolts. One well-placed arrow hits him, and he goes down. And he hits the ground in a way that contorts his body and angles his neck in such a way that he is not picking himself up from. The king gives out a strangled, piercing scream.
Duvaneth will turn around and say, "I'm sorry, you were saying?" And that will end my turn.
Koishak's just grinning behind Duvanith.
It's going to end very badly for us, but I'm looking forward to it.
As that ends, the king will sort of turn, bracing himself and sort of hang in the air as he presents the petrified eye and holds it in the direction of Duvanith and Koishak. Tears begin to well in the eye and drip down from it as a sudden burst of air sort of shoots out from it, and I need the both of you to make me a strength saving throw to resist being pushed back 10 feet.
Oh shit.
Oh, beans.
Fuck. This is actually bad.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Come on, Cole.
Oh god.
It's a long drop. He might be able to get his wild shape in.
Oh, that's true. Cole
I
has
don't think he
wild
might be
shape.
pushed off necessarily. I think he's just hanging off the edge.
We'll see.
Yeah, he would be hanging off the edge.
Yeah, Duvanov
No,
doesn't
he
want
would
to really.
get-
Oh fuck!
Wait, really? Well, because the edges are crumbling too.
hmm
Oh, true.
Yeah. As the gust of air pushes against you, Devonith, you're able to dig your heels in and brace yourself against the earth. Koshak, you do not have such luck. And just as you're sort of catching yourself on the edge, the ground will crumble beneath you, and you, for 6 blissful seconds, are airborne. And then you hit the ground. And I need you to make me a falling. Would you like me to roll it, or do you want to roll it?
Is there anything I can do within those 6 seconds?
Do you have feather fall?
I look through my spells because I.
You'd have to have it prepared anyways.
Yeah, you'd have to be
Yeah.
prepared.
So you would know if you had it.
No,
6 seconds is
I
an
prepared.
action.
I prepared my Norm. He could turn into a bird.
Unless it's a reaction.
Oh, it has to be a reaction. No, I don't think I.
Insist on killing your partner's characters, Fish.
It doesn't look like the best thing I. Yeah, I don't have feather fall.
You want to roll the damage, or do
Sure.
you want to?
Be the amount.
30d6.
Jesus
30d6.
Oh my god.
So you are falling 300 feet.
Oh, in 6 seconds, he's all the way down?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck. Okay, well, rip that
Falling
idea.
damage is.
Oh shit!
No.
What's your max? What's your max? What's your max? What's your max?
It's not gonna.
My
it's not
max?
gonna.
My max is 73.
Oh yeah, he's
Okay, we're good.
Okay, so
That's important.
He's down, but not
It
out.
doesn't kill him outright. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
I thought there was a fall speed.
Nope.
Well, only from
No,
like super
also-
high heights where it's like a
Yeah.
mechanic of the encounter or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm having trouble moving across the map.
Oh no! How about that for you?
I have an
Oh
idea.
no.
I have an idea. It's temporary, but it'll help.
Alright, I have an idea too.
I also have an idea, but it's not a very good one, so I'm probably not going to go with
We
that
are
one.
all having ideas.
Kochak, blissfully,
Hmm?
you do not feel it when your body hits the ground.
Pog.
Make sure to take 100 damage off your character.
It didn't kill him outright. That's the important thing.
It is the important thing.
Please.
Don't act like you feel bad.
Come on, it's your fault you moved there. You know I was going to try and kill Duvanith this session. I'm just saying, you had it coming.
Ooh, this could be big.
Hi, Jet.
Okay, this could be really big. So, Cole's 300 feet down, right?
Yes.
Oh no! I just saw something I could have done. Oh well.
If Jed gets to the edge, can he just fall over?
Sure.
Okay, because he literally gets to the edge on his 30. I want him to, like, collapse over so he just goes down. Okay. Jet's gonna see Cole fall and scream out, and he's going, as he's running to the edge, he's going to grab his charm.
Okay.
He's going to free fall. At 60
Okay.
feet, he's going to conjure 8 giant owls. 7 of them at the height of at the height where they are. One of them under Jet to catch him, so the owl can take him down to Cole.
Okay. Give me 1 second. How are we all doing today?
Pretty good.
Bad. Better than Koshak.
I am so sorry, Muty. I promise you that time it wasn't intentional. You were just in the way.
Do you want me to give you the link to 5e tools so you can get to the spell?
I'm already there.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I was just offering.
That's what all DMs say. I was just in the way.
I bet you say that to all your victims.
I bet you say that to all your players.
How are we all doing?
Good.
I'm enjoying myself. I got to hit things. I took a big hit.
I'm hoping my idea works.
I mean, if it doesn't work, you also have the option of just saying levitate at the last seconds.
Mm-hmm. True.
Okay, so can you tell me what you're doing again?
Okay, so how it's working is Jet runs to the edge at 30 feet, that's his movement, and he's going to just fall over. So basically, he free falls down the mountain. At roughly 60 feet, he's going to cast Conjure Animals, and I'm changing it up. 2 of them are going to be next to Jet, so that way one of the owls will catch him and bring him down to Cole at the bottom. The other 6 are going to be at the top with the king and Duvaneth and all that.
Okay. Okay. Due to the range, you won't be able to command them, the ones at the top of the tower, until you're with them.
I think all they do is they follow like survival things.
Yeah.
They defend themselves. Yeah, they defend themselves from hostile creatures. So essentially, he's trying to make he wants them to become a target. So essentially, they're just below, like the Terror King, basically creating. Basically, the way Jet wants it is like they want them to be the target over the king.
Okay.
Over Duvaneth. Yep, you're good.
Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna plop down vultures because giant owls are into your way.
Oh, good.
Alright, so 6 of them are up here?
Yep. And 2 of them are with Jet, so that way Cole has a ride in case Cole wants to save the wild shape. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna push the 2 of you over here.
And then 2 of them are with, Jet, so that way he doesn't actually die.
As Koshak goes careening off the cliff next to Duvaneth, and then Jet just falls off the pinnacle of Firefinger, 4 seconds will go by, and then the air will sort of coalesce, and 4 giant feathery owls will take shape in the sky near you, looking around with some expressions of confusion. Jet, you managed to make land. Koshak's body is a few feet from you, however.
Okay. Sadly, yeah, that's an action. Feeding a potion is an action, right? In this group, it's not a bonus.
Yes.
Okay. Jet's going to just because he wasted a spell doing that. He has nothing else. Yeah, he's good. He's just gonna wait his turn to cast a healing spell on her. On him.
Alright.
I apologize.
All right. This terrafolk will, seeing everything go on, make a check to keep his bearings. And seeing the
back real
fight
quick.
turn so heavily, he's going to clutch his javelin and leave. He just
Like, good
ditches.
move. Smart
Leaving
move, man.
King Rack. His fury will focus down on Duvaneth. And he is going... He'll dart forward, swooping down and making 3 attacks. That one doesn't hit, but what's your AC?
16.
Okay. Those 2 will hit.
Let me take out my abacus.
That'd be a funny prop to have, actually.
Yeah.
7. So 7, 8, 9, 10 piercing damage, and then 8 piercing damage.
All right, got it.
Okay. And as he's sort of getting in at you, I need you to make me a check to a dexterity saving throw. As he sort of tries to bring the javelin around and trip you.
5.
Swinging around his javelin, he sweeps it under your feet and knocks you prone.
Okie dokie.
Fuck.
No biggie.
All right.
I'll be over there in a second.
And at the end of his turn, taking a hold of the mantle, he will sort of chant in this not familiar, but familiar as if in a dream language. And the pinnacle's ground will begin to shake, and the exertion will make sweat brood over his body. And I need Silvadago to make me a dexterity saving throw to resist being knocked prone by the tower shaking.
Okay. Dex save. Come on, do well. 4.
We're great.
The ground gives beneath you, and you're knocked on your butt.
Fuck. Oh, shit.
Beans.
This will be interesting. Okay.
So, top of the turn order. You've been knocked prone. There's a terrafolk in front of you.
Cool. How bad does Duvaneth look?
She's fine.
Oh, she's fine?
She's been knocked prone, but she looks both unasked by it and confident.
Okay, cool. In that case, he is just going to go ahead and get up to his feet, go 5, 10, 15 to there. So he's on the other side of this guy, and he is going to swing at him twice with Mimahez recklessly.
Are you... Got it.
Attack, advantage. Attack, advantage. Does a
Both of
24
those
and a
will
17 hit?
Yes.
I know exactly what you plan on doing, Jason, and I'm living for it. So normal, and the first one gets Divine Fury.
Okay.
So 7, 14, 18 total.
Okay.
And he's doing okay health-wise. He's doing okay health-wise. So that will be the end of his turn.
All right.
It's like,
And
Duv, you all right?
the
Dude, you good?
You good, bro?
You good, buddy? How we doing, kids?
Terrafolk is out.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Is
shit!
that
Hell
your
yeah.
turn?
Yeah, that's all he can do right now. He doesn't have a bonus action that he can do. I think actually Divine Fury eats that.
Koshak,
Bonsoir.
you are in Omu again. You aren't in Omu, but you are. The suspended feeling of being in Omu is where you are. The feeling of greenery under your feet, the conversations, the scales, and the catty fights are where you're at. And I need you to make me a death saving throw.
Come on.
Come on.
No, like
Oh,
no
baby.
-1. That's all you need.
Not a one. Not a one.
Alright.
Come on, give us a nat 20.
Let's go, babies. Nat 1.
No, that's not a nat 1. It's
That
just
isn't?
a 7.
No, it's a 7.
Still a fail,
It's
though.
just yeah, it's
It's
red
just
saying a
red.
fail.
I was concerned.
Yeah, I thought
Mhm.
that way. I thought it was that too. They're really scared.
Hey, not dead, not dying. Dying, but not too bad.
That's there. That's
Alright.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, Koshak, that's your turn. Jonathan Soul, from where the two of you are, you can hear, coming from the hut, a woman give out a strangled cry.
See it?
And you hear thousands of something begin to move. The two of you can feel the tremor in the ground. And out from the hut steps this decrepit figure composed out of thousands, if not millions, of moving, swarming ants.
Oh god, fuck
Around
that.
her neck is the shrunken skull of what must be a child. Her nails are long and gnarled, and her face can only be described as the root of pure evil. A skull of a human is being kept in place over where a head would be by, again, the writhing, squirming ants.
Yikes.
We found our thing.
That's that bitch that cursed Duvane.
Yo, does she have feet though?
I mean, she has
only
millions
feet.
of feet, actually.
Clearly not a hag.
Clearly not a hag. It's just some ants, doing their job.
Just a
Swarm
bunch of
ants, guys. So easy.
Ants just do that, guys. It's just Chult.
Yeah, you've seen like fire ants, how they form the boat when they fall in water. It's that.
Anybody got the bug spray?
Stop.
Horrifying.
She's in the anti-magic field. It's fine. Duve, it's your turn.
Oh,
I think.
sorry, it hadn't been announced. I didn't.
Oh,
No,
He was busy waiting for the bit to
isn't.
be over.
Yeah,
Oh my-
that's what I
1
thought.
second.
oh, okay. Sorry,
It's not
I thought.
Duke's turn. It's the Night Hag's turn. I was just watching over her sheet, making sure.
Okay, cool. Sorry. There's exactly one person that they can hearing him.
1 second.
We're having a lot of fun, fish.
I'm really glad. The
I'm
head
suffering.
raises her gnarled fingers and channels out a ray of putrid feeling towards Soul, cutting through the anti-magic circle. And she casts a spell.
Who's she?
Yeah, I sure hope she does.
No, she just pisses on Soul from
Oh God.
Stop!
10,
Oh God.
from 35 feet away. She Moira's him.
Stop! What's your what's your AC?
AC 14.
The sniper TF2 on him.
I'm loving the energy.
In the room right now.
We have to bolster ourselves.
Okay, give me
Go
a
Yeah,
ahead.
we gotta
second.
do something, man.
The sheet was all messed up.
I hate that. It's the worst, isn't it? It's fun. How you doing over there? Feeling good? Feeling peachy?
So you feel the emotion enter your body, and you feel the way you do struggling to get home. You feel the way you do when you looked at Alba's face and had to tell them that you were the problem. You don't feel so good.
I don't.
Do half
No.
damage with strength weapons, but you can remake the.
Mm-hmm.
But you can make a constant. You can.
I can make a con save for it.
Yeah, but I'm just double checking the damage because it didn't load up.
Mm-hmm. I don't think rapes of them. Oh, they don't. Oh, that's weird. Do they?
Well, I'm just double checking.
Yeah.
What's up? How are we doing, kids?
We're good. How are you?
I mean,
I'm super good. I'm
Okay, yeah, they don't do any damage. They just force you to do half damage.
okay. That would make sense. Okay, cool, cool,
Yeah.
cool. And then she will expertly move to the side and hover by the Terrafolk totem. Divanith.
Cool.
What's up, girly?
Not being able to see any of that stuff, so I'm like really not worried about it. Like literally, I'm sure there's a token, but I can't see it. So, so as she gets knocked down, she hears Soul asking if she's okay, and she's gonna say, "Fine," and she's going to use half her movement to get up, and I'm going to stylize it as part of her movement. She reaches and grabs one of the Terrafolk's legs and shoots herself between its legs, and will on the other side sort of tip to her feet and will exit melee with him, prompting an attack of opportunity. If you want,
Oh, he's gonna take it. He's not stupid.
okay.
Div Soul get blasted by some sort of weird, acrid yellow spell. Looks really sad.
sad boy Soul.
Take 13.
Straight.
Um.
13
take 16 piercing damage.
Ooh.
As you move away from the king, he brings his javelin across and just puts it through your stomach.
She will uncanny dodge that to make it 8.
Okay.
It's so cool.
Fucking bitch, just I didn't know she could do that.
This is like some spy versus spy crap right now.
It really is.
She will then wheel around and will then draw her bow and use her bonus action to utilize insightful fighting. And he needs to make a check against a insight check from me. I'm moving my insightful fighting to him. Oh, I rolled a 10.
Unfortunately, he passes.
That's fine. All right. She's going to go ahead and shoot him with an arrow.
Gets 2d8.
13 to hit.
Oh, reliable.
A
Yeah.
13 does not hit.
All right,
Ah.
great. And she will go ahead and as the arrow flies wide or whatever after seeing the hag, and then she will use the last 5 of her movement to step inside the radius of the anti-magic circle.
It doesn't work.
Okay.
It's not for the hag. It's for
Okay.
him. Yeah.
Interesting.
God, that was a shitty turn.
That was a really
That completes my turn. And well, actually, no. She'll scream, "Jet, get back up here!" And that will complete her turn.
Jet, as you begin your turn, you hear Devana's shrill voice, but you're not quite able to discern what she said. Jet, from where you are, the fighting between the Aarakocra and rogue Terrafolk has begun to spill into the circle. You can see Missionary giving commands from the ground as the Aarakocra are swarming the Terrafolk trying to rejoin and just pulling them down to the ground. It is very brutal. They are using every trick in the book, including ripping and tearing at the Terrafolk's wings to disable them from fighting.
Ooh.
But it's your turn. Koshak is on the ground. He does not look good. His bones are definitely doing things they shouldn't be.
Bones shouldn't do.
No bones? I like that.
So Jet, I was gonna ask this, and you can tell me because we already said it. Jet knows how far he has to be for healing word. Could he have stopped 60 feet above the ground, or did you just want him to go to the ground and start there?
I'm going to say for the sake of expediency, he had to drop to the ground.
That's fine. Jet's going to use that, get both owls down, and he's going to run to Cole, which is dropping down. Give him a cure wounds at 4th level. For 22.
All right.
See,
Cool
Cole.
shock.
Go ahead.
You feel the memories ebb away, and your feeling returns back to the real world. Grass and bone under your feet, a dull ache in your body, and Jet above you with 2 giant owls flanking him. Jet, continue.
Jet's going to take the greater healing potion out of his pack as an object interaction, put it next to him, and go, "You're still needed. Please get up. I have a ride." And he's going to verbally command the other owl to be there for Cole as a ride. And go ahead, Cole.
Okay.
This was not my idea of heaven.
You're still in hell. Let's go. And Jet will jump back onto the owl, kick it, and make this bitch boost 120 feet into the air. Or as fast as you're gonna let me go up.
I can fly.
All right. So you're gonna basically command the owl to get there ASAP.
Yes.
Okay.
ASAP Owly.
Okay, so 60 feet. Okay, cool. Okay,
and it's
yep,
gonna.
you are 120 feet.
Yep. Okay. I was gonna say he's gonna dash, so yeah, 120 feet. Just one more turn. That's all I need. I'm definitely not close enough to yell a command up to the ones at the top, right?
No.
Okay, that's all. I figured as much. It's all good. They're still just flapping there, waiting.
As Jet finishes his turn, the king will give out another pained shout, screaming, apparently the only thing he seems capable of verbally communicating, and he'll tear at one of the braids at his waist and just sort of throw it to the ground. And he will move forward desperate and hit Juvanis 3 times again.
Okay.
Okay. 2 will hit. He cannot hit all 3. I hate him.
Good.
I mean, he gets 3 attacks. I only get 1, so when I whiff a turn, it's just like fucking awful.
Mhm.
It's oof.
I'm sorry.
It's
To
whatever.
the-
I got my crit on the opening. I'm really pleased with that.
That's where it mattered.
Use the 5e tools again. They're here.
So take 1, 2, 3, 6 piercing damage, and then 14 piercing damage.
Okay. Ivanov is now not looking so hot.
Okay.
All right. Oh.
Yep. Okay. So Soul's going to go 5, 10, 15 to there. Sort of like rolling around Divanith, and as he does so, swings Memahez into Narak. And
Okay.
will recklessly, obviously. So, even though the damage is halved, I mean, it's better than nothing. Or can I? No, I need to protect her. Okay, so 22 to hit. Oh, that was normal. A 26. Can I? Let me make one more roll just to make sure that first one isn't a crit.
Sure.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Both of those
So
will hit.
cool. So normal and normal. So, and then, so that's 12 plus 6. No, let me just do this. 6 plus 3, 9. And then, since, is my Divine Fury affected by the half? Since it's like strength damage? But it's like divine, not like necessarily caused by his swing.
Weapon attacks.
Mm.
So I'm gonna say no.
Okay, then cool. So 9 plus 7 is then 9 plus 7 is a number.
16.
16, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And he's like trying to like get as much in between Div and Narak as he can without also pushing Div into, bless you, like range of the hag as far as he's aware. Oh, and then he makes a con save at the end of his turn.
Yep. Go ahead and make it.
Once I find right enfeeblement. Normal. 17. Cool.
Pass. You feel the strength begin to reform in your body. You have a purpose, and your purpose is this. Dink problems.
Mhm.
You cleave Mimihez across the Terrafolk King's chest, ripping the armored skirt off and all of his various accoutrements, the weapon sort of tearing his chest open. There's no blood, only a putrid scent, and he hits the ground. Dead.
He turns and looks at the hag.
Koshak, you were happy once, right?
It's been a minute. He can't remember what it felt like, but
The giant owl is there, awaiting to take you up.
Are there any Terrafolk on like the battlefield, like on the ground, or are they all just flying?
There are a few on the ground. Most of those appear to be handled by Mercenari. She seems to have commanded one of the Terrafolk and is making him do most of the dirty work.
All right, cool. Unless he sees anything that he can do, he's going to scooch his way back up on the owl.
All right. Okay.
At first he's gonna do object interaction, pick up the potion of healing.
Okay. Are you gonna drink it?
No.
Right.
He's gonna hold on to it.
The owl will uplift you 120 feet, bringing you up to where Jet is.
Nice. He waves at Jet.
As the king lays, the totem will dissipate, blowing in the breeze and turning into ash. The hag will not say anything and just sort of move herself a little bit.
Oh, is the shield gone?
And
Back up.
Yeah, the arcane anti-magic field's off, so we get our
No,
plus one to AC and
the
saving
shield,
throws back.
the anti-magic is gone. Sweet.
Yeah.
Ooh, that could be some good info for later.
one second, I have to go back up and see what the rod of alertness does.
I can tell you real quick.
Yeah, you could click it again too.
Yeah. You want me to just click it again, Fish?
Yes, please.
Bam.
Okay. The hag will walk over to it, use an action to pull it up from the ground,
Fine.
and turn and give a cheery salute and disappear.
Tight.
What I expected to happen there. That sucks.
Divanith, it's your turn.
Okay. What is his so his equipment kind of fell off when Soul hit him, right?
Yeah, his equipment is scattered like everywhere.
Cool.
Sound like there was someone in addition.
Oh, I have an idea.
We're about to desecrate this man's grave.
He deserves it.
Juvanith will scan and look for one of Jobal's holsters.
The holster is attached to his lower leg.
Here it is.
The pistol, however, is not in there.
Okay, well, then she will just go ahead and take one of her daggers out and just stab him in the top of the skull. Just...
Okay. Make me a attack roll.
Sure thing.
He's dead.
You might
You
do
always
saving throws.
do head damage.
Yeah,
He always double tap.
always double tap.
What the fuck is with this? 13. Oh, am I rolling at advantage because he's unconscious?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Jesus.
She's a whiz.
For once, do
God.
not.
I'm
Swear
so
to God.
sorry.
No, like legit. I have not rolled above a double-digit number this fight except for one time, and it was at the opening.
You paid for it.
Vivana spent her crit.
It's just the narrative, man. It's the
Yeah.
narrative.
Like,
Unfortunately, you're not able to pierce the Terrafo King's thick cartilage.
Okay. Then she will use Second Wind to heal herself with her bonus action, and then she is going to go ahead and step back to get some distance in case he stands back up, and that will complete my turn.
All right. Chet, you move another 120 feet.
Which will
24.
bring me...
You are... What?
I was gonna say that should bring me just within range of the other owls.
No, because you said they were at the top of the tower.
Well, I said I dropped 60 feet, then summoned them, so they should be like right at like where Soul is standing. So wouldn't that be at 300?
Sure.
So at the top of the thing, Jet fell, and when he went down 60
okay,
feet...
it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
What are you trying to do?
Jet, as he was going up, was seeing that he's within range, was just going to tell them to protect... his command was to protect Soul and Duvaneth. By any means.
Alright. The birds will sort of attach themselves. Alright. Koshak, you were also uplifted 120 feet. You guys will be at the top of Firefinger on your next turn.
Ew.
Barring a tragic accident.
Which is possible.
It's 100% possible.
I
A
wouldn't put it
tragic
past you.
accident. The Terrafolk's king's body begins to contort, bone spurs erupting out of his skin and splitting his body apart like a thing that splits bodies apart. And he will climb up, his body staggering forward as each of his limbs and head and everything move independently of him.
Hi, hello there.
As he stands up, looming over Solidago, his head lolling uselessly to the side, sunken eyes staring at nowhere, he will... Are you within 5 feet of him?
Yes, I am.
Okay. He's going to...
And I reckless last time. See.
He's...
Never mind.
Give me 1 second. Okay, that vulture's just going with it. I need you to make me a attack of opportunity if you would like, as he just sort of moves out of range.
100%.
The birds get to also, right?
And yep,
Come on. Big money, no whammies.
Jason, is it slash R or...
It's slash R.
Thank you.
20 feet to hit.
hits.
First of all, normal. So, 4 slashing, and then does, would he get Divine Fury on this? Because it's on each of your turns, so...
No, because
Theoretically.
your reaction is not your turn.
Okay. It's part of my turn, kind of.
No, it isn't.
No, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, he slashes at, like, his wing specifically.
All right.
And then... 2... And 16 for both attacks.
Both of those will hit.
So it'll be... I'm just going to put it together. It's going to be 46... 46
Plus 2.
Yep. 46 2. 14 points together.
All right.
Cool canteen.
Thank you. I got it from work.
Nice. Free stuff is best stuff.
Mm-hmm.
As he's moved away, the king will jerk his hand and make a motion with it as he...
Super Jam. You're doing that.
Beep beep. Boop boop boop. Beep beep. Boop boop boop. Okay. He will jerk out his hand and at where in between Solidago's feet summon a putrid air of something super gross, and you can see it start to spill into the hut. And I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw against the poisonous air.
Cool.
Me too, or just Soul?
On your just Soul.
Okay.
It is also heavily obscured.
12.
Okay. You do not pass. The poison and stink consumes you, and you feel just compelled to vomit and cough as your body tries to expel it.
So
which takes up your action.
Oh, fuck.
Yes.
Like all of it? Like no movement, anything?
It says that you have to spend your action retching and reeling. I would say that you can't move. But if Jason wants to weigh in.
I mean, action is a specific wording. Like when it's worded that way, you still get your bonus action and movement and stuff like that.
Okay.
Action capital A, as in it's a resource consumed.
Okay. So what Soul's going to do is he saw it move into the hut, so he is going to go ahead and use his movement, hacking and retching the entire time to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 to whoever that is, and is going to try to pick her up on his next turn, or if she look at the issue, if he can even see it.
He cannot. It is dark as hell, and the smoke coming from just the plain fire.
Mimahez glows. Would that help?
I don't think so, because it's heavily obscured. It's not dark.
Okay. Because you're good. Sort of trying to hold it like a glow stick.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Best he can do right now.
Koshak. Flying's nice.
The inverse of falling.
Is there anything you want to do?
At least it's not cold. I don't think there's anything he can super do right now, actually. So he's just vibing for the time being until he comes over the cliff and he's like, "Oh shit, he's back." My bows looked like that a second ago.
Okay.
But beyond that, nothing right now.
Give me 1 second. Just cleaning up the turn order. At the top of the turn order, Divanith. He's back and better than ever, baby.
Radio. I need to make a con save, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Natural 1.
Fuck.
Second.
But
my hand slipped. I forgot the number.
Oh no, it's fine. Literally. So, action consumed. She is going to step out and then going to use her movement to come over here and utilizing this cloud that he's created and the natural sort of environment of the top of the tower, she's going to go ahead and do her best to hide herself from sight.
Oh.
And
She can do that.
and will go ahead and hide, and that will complete her turn.
Awesome. You hide. You hide real good.
Just gonna get up here and be like, "Where is everyone?"
Okay, Jet. You show up with your giant owl, and the scene before you is King Nrak is a distorted something body, sort of hanging limply in the air. There's a putrid yellow cloud suffocating out most of the map. That reminds me, I have to you have to make 4 con saves for your giant owls.
Con is just +1, so I'm just gonna roll 4d20.
Okay.
And see what the numbers come out to be. So 14, 1, 2, 4. So
None of them pass.
I have their number.
Okay.
So
but Jet and
what
on.
happens to them again?
they just use up their action, but they still have their bonus action and movement.
Okay. Alright, so when Jet crests over, at 60 on the bird, he's gonna see this cloud, and he's going to cast Dispel Magic on it as he crests over.
Alright. Pull up Dispel Magic.
It's that one.
Alright, you have to make a ability check using your spellcasting ability.
So just
You have to be a 15.
Fuck. +4. Here we go. That's essentially just an ability check. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
As you whip around, pulling on the threads, you easily find the fiendish, twisted strings of magic. You cut it like you cut wrapping paper. Smooth. And the cloud dissipates.
With the final of this owl's movement, which I assume he's going to land in the middle. It's going to land in the middle. And he's going to command the rest of the birds, besides the one he can't see because of Cole, to swarm the Terrafolk King.
Okay. The birds move on. Yeah.
So the only one that can attack right now is this guy right here. But the other 3 are gonna just sit on him. So he basically has no way of really aiming for anyone else.
All right, he make that attack roll.
20 plus. Every hit counts. 17.
All right, that hits.
38. 8.
Woo! 5 damage.
Yeah, but now he's swarmed by all the other ones. So that's what matters to me.
All right, and
Yeah, he's gonna really have to commit.
Mm-hmm. Which is a lot of dice.
Okay. At the end of your turn, you will hear again the echoing shrill scream of a man being tortured or killed, and a woman's very distant cry. It appears the tides of the battle have turned. It is King Nrak's turn. And he is going to spread out his hands and wait.
Oh no.
Okay, 2 foot. Is there a cone? There's a ray template. Very good, very good, very good.
There is a cone template.
There's. Oh. Thank you guys for being patient with me. Oh, there it is. Wow.
Wasted spell slots. All I wanted.
Yeah.
All I wanted.
He'll just push out his hands and expel fire through his fingertips and take these 2 bad boys with him. And then he will sort of jerk forward, letting the 3 of those take an attack of opportunity and crash onto the ground. Okay. Only one of those will hit.
I figured as much. Still points. Oh, that was a good one.
Okay. Yeah. Now I get to be the person that's like, yeah, my BBEG got killed by owls.
Be awesome.
And he will move forward, just sort of staggering up to Jet. No intent in his eyes. There's nothing in his eyes. So, you are face to face with a stunningly beautiful woman. Her jaw is twisted, but not to the extent you had seen in the memory jug. There's a tight bandage wrapped around her face, and she's thin, with all of the markings of someone who's severely malnourished and tortured. Clutched in between her hand is a puzzle cube, bearing the visage of Nog, a grung. She is going to use this puzzle cube, raise it above her, and bring it against your body.
Sir.
Oh no.
And she'll move forward, and the puzzle cube and her arm just kind of bounce meaninglessly off of your torso. Mm-hmm. And she will reel back and drop to the ground and start moving backwards. She appears to be saying Mushinari's name over and over again.
Okay. Interesting. Sylph's turn. He is going to see that she's terrified and place down Mimihez, because he cares about it, and is going to lift his hands up, showing that he's now defenseless, and say in the moon, "I'm not going to hurt you. We're here to rescue you."
What are you saying again?
Oh, I said Omuin. Chulten, sorry.
Okay, make me a persuasion check as you sort of try to calm her down.
Okay. I'm actually good at persuasion.
If you
10.
want to make that your action.
Huh?
Do you want to make that your action? I forgot to ask.
Yeah.
She will take a second, her body going quiet. She'll suck in a big breath of air and then let out a piercing wail that could be heard from miles. This woman's got pipes.
Like his ears kind of do like the little like me.
Is that your turn?
He's going to. You okay?
Yeah, no, that just hurt, like, a lot. Go on.
He's going to sort of. He's not able to tell what's going on there, but he was worried about whatever that thing outside is. So he's going to pick up Mimihez again and take to the door, protecting out there, making sure nothing can get in.
Okay. Kumashok! You're dropped down. Ooh, what's up, buddy? King Nrak is back. Yeah.
Guess who's Nrak? Back again.
Guess who's Nrak? Nrak again.
If you're talking, you're muted.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Part of me just wants to like gently place a flaming sphere on him, but you know. That might be the best thing I can do, actually. Maybe? But first, before I do it, let me see how big Flaming Sphere is. Oh, it's only 5 foot.
Yeah. It's a really powerful spell if you use it right.
You can just bump it into people, and if they decide to stay there, they get hurt again. It's nice.
It's
Fox
the
just
druid
playing
version
pinball.
of spiritual weapon.
I love pinball.
It really is.
Alright, so
it
he's
really
gonna
is.
cast Flaming Sphere.
So it costs concentration,
gonna-
which sucks.
Place it gently. Place it gently next to Nora. Just like right there. I hate this grid.
I love you too.
Did that? Just gently.
It's fine. We're, you know. Are you gonna upcast it at all?
Actually, I should have made the decision to upcast it before I placed it. But yeah, I'll upcast it. To
the damage. Only the damage
Damage.
increases.
Damn gosh. I mean, hey.
Give him
So
hell.
what do you?
He still has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Are you upcasting it though?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me get
what
to my
level?
other range. Let me recast. I'm gonna cast it at a snazzy little 4th level.
Ooh.
That's what I thought you were going to do, actually. I'm proud of myself for guessing that. I mean, there's like 3 choices, but
Alright. Does he pass the dex save?
He not.
Sick.
There you go.
11.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Just under half.
1 second. I'm
we're just dragging this out.
11. Wow. The sphere erupts next to him and knocks into his body. It doesn't do as much damage as you hoped it would. The fire just sort of meaninglessly eating at his skin. Is that your turn?
I can ram it into him again like pinball, as previously stated. But yeah, that's his turn.
Divaneth, what it up, girl?
Okay, so
Oh no, you're hiding.
Yeah, do I feel as though I'm in a advantageous position to take this shot?
I'm also within 5 feet of him, so
I'm asking if I
Yes.
get advantage.
yeah,
Mark.
that's it.
Okay.
You are in an advantageous spot.
Wonderful. So I will go ahead and draw my bow, and we'll just fire.
As one does.
There you
A
go.
27 to hit.
Fuck yes.
Okay, 27 will not hit. No, yeah, it hits.
Okay. For 12 plus 9.
21. 31.
31 points of damage.
Come on.
Him die.
I mean, and we can't say, how's
You
he
know
looking?
what I'm about to ask.
Yes!
How do you want to
Let's
do
hear it.
this?
Let's go.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, she's just going to rematerialize out of the fucking ether or whatever, and will draw her bow, sort of aim, seeing sort of the sparkle of the holy weapon across her bow, and will just sort of do a thread the needle shot, like under one of the wings of the eagles and right over Jet's shoulder into some soft, gushy bits. And will then immediately start running towards Soul. Like, without even, like, taking the time to acknowledge that this was the killing blow.
The king's body hits the ground before the arrow has fully wedged in. The arrow shaft and head sort of disappearing in the concave of his body, with only the feathered ends showing.
Javonith will pull up next to Soul and start digging in her pouch, and will materialize a health potion, and will say, "She's still with us?"
And very loudly,
you
so
hear-
yes.
Yeah, as you asks that, you hear the woman give out another shrill scream.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he'll sort of bellow over the sound. Majunari's with us. In Chilton again. She's safe. We're bringing her to you. Or you to her.
The woman will try to respond, but the crooked jaw will sort of slur her words. But you can get the idea that she's expressing disbelief.
You don't happen to have that orchid on you still, do you?
I left it back at Kirsabal.
Just wait a second. And he'll sort of like poke his head around and say, Jet, can you get one of these eagles down to Mojwa to pick her up?
Are we out of initiative?
Yes, combat
Okay.
has ended.
Oh, before
I was gonna
before
say,
we get
she
out of
hasn't said that
initiative, I
yet.
wanna say that Kojak is doing the magical version of a curb stomp in which he's just whapping the Pterofolk King repeatedly with fireball.
Okay.
It smells really bad, I'm sure.
He doesn't stop till he's burned like a hole through Narak's body.
Jet's gonna look at them and go, "You want me to go get her?"
That'd be very helpful. If she's not busy. Or even maybe bring us down to her. Or I don't know.
Which one are we
It's hard
doing?
to
So,
think. She's probably not going to come with us. Can you bring her up?
Yes. And Jet will run over, calling three of the owls. Can he see and possibly see how the battle's going from here?
Yeah. It doesn't look like it swung well in the Aarakocra's direction. It's hard to get a precise count, but more than 2/3 of the Aarakocra are on the ground, are straight up not present in the battle, and it appears that Mercenari is handling the bulk of the force by herself.
Jet's not going to say anything about it, and he's going to call all the owls with him and jump off and basically nosedive into the battle.
Okay. You careen down. I assume you have the owls catch
Yep.
you. You're able to rejoin the battle. Some of the Terrafolk haven't noticed you, but one man on the battlefield has. And you see Tyrion sort of bobbing and weaving through the bodies and chaos as he's taking pot shots with a crossbow.
How does he look?
Oh, he looks untouched.
Smart boy.
Doing angry tap dances.
Just give a sort of vague description on how you help turn the tide of the battle, if you want to help.
Yes. Jet being the kitty's become, which essentially is Yang, is going to land, disregard the owls, and cast Spirit Guardians, where he becomes a massive airball, and start fireballing everything while he's basically getting them into his space. Get fucked up.
Jet Vitar, the last airbender.
With Jet's presence and the spirit guardians around him, the Terrafolk, within seconds, start turning tail and run, scattering themselves. You can hear the chatter back and forth. Some of them trying to call up towards the king or ask around for reinforcements. But soon enough, the battle appears to be over, and without sort of gaining her bearings, the princess starts moving from Aarakocra to Aarakocra, doing her best to resuscitate them or get them back on their feet. You can see that she has taken a javelin towards the upper abdomen and has tore off the end of it so it wasn't dangling everywhere, but she seems to be in worse condition than most.
Jet's going to run up to her and basically grab her attention. You need to listen to me.
Jet, I'm sort of in the middle of making someone's heart start beating again.
I
Do you
will
know how
take care
fragile
of
the
it.
chest is? You're gonna take care of it. What? Did you kill him? Is he gone? Is he
Jet's,
gone?
as she's not listening, he's going to grab the broken javelin, cast Cure Wounds at first level, and pull it out.
Alright, go ahead.
Jeez!
More damage taken out.
Probably, but Jet had to get her attention. That's a lot for that's literally the same amount I did for fucking.
As you pull the javelin out and the healing takes effect over here, she throws up on your shirt.
Fine. Now listen. You need to go to the top and help with Soul and your mother. I can handle all this.
Okay. Yeah, I can go do that. Oh, Jesus.
Jet's gonna grab her and have her focus on Jet. Listen to me.
Her eyes are bleary, the face paint dribbling down her face. She's got a gore across her cheek that's kind of slowly starting to heal, and she'll let herself be grabbed and brace both of her hands against Jet's chest.
Jet's going, as he's talking, Jet's going to slowly cast, in like a methodical way, Cure Wounds at 2nd level to her.
Okay.
You need to go help her. You're going to be fine. I will take care of your family. Take care of her.
Okay. She'll just kind of mumble under her breath and clap you on the shoulder. She'll regain her bearings, gaining back her stiff spine, and gesture at the top of the tower.
Yes. Divaneth, Sol, and Cole are up there.
Okay.
I will take care of everyone else.
She'll adjust her feather cape and sort of fluff it out, and as she does, she will compact, sort of contorting her body into that of the shape of a small crow. Bet her wings once or twice, and then take off towards the top of the tower. Where will we join the others? Koshkal Rizan is holding the puzzle cube and sort of gesturing at Soul with it, and again, muttering incantations in her slurred accent.
Soul looks very haggard about the situation. Like,
Stop.
I did. That was an accident. You blame Jason for calling it out.
Come on,
He's like trying to keep like calm voice. Listen, she's on her way up here. We're not going to harm you. He puts Mimahez again. Not going to harm you. We're just trying to get you out of here. And we killed him. You can come look at his body. That should be proof.
As you say, look, the woman will rip the bandages off of her face and show you the sunken holes where her eyes used to be, and then bundle up the bandage and throw it with all of her might 5 feet in front of her, where it lands in the fire.
Don't step forward, by the way.
Devon will say, "You're doing great, Soul," as she's like investigating and like flipping the hut to see if there's anything of importance or interest here.
My name is Soul Dagosemper. I am a friend of Majunari Koskal from Kirsabal. We know Shago. We are friends with Artis. He is also here. Help is on the way.
Devonth, as you turn over the hut, you find a handful of pretty gems, a handful of coins, and then you find Jabal's 2 pistols. You find a platinum circlet with several opals on it, and as you pick up that, the Kushkal Verzan will sort of give out a hollow cry, but do nothing to stop you. Most of her attention on Solidago. And a variety of other accoutrements and things that they seem to have taken off of people's bodies. Most of them just useless, like playing cards, fortune-telling dice, trinkets, that sort of thing.
Okay. Anything that looks like it might have value or be interesting, Devoneth is putting it into a bag or sack of some kind.
Cool. If you don't mind, I will give that to you at the end of the session.
Oh yeah, no worries. I just wanted to loot the room. Always loot the room.
After a few precious seconds, Kuwashak and Jet, you can see a dark bird sort of crest over, and as it's going towards the ground, it will dissipate, and the form of Mercenary will appear, and she'll sort of wobble, clearly not having well thought out her plan of cool entrance, gain her bearings, and stand up straight. Koshak, report. Oh God! What was that? Who?
He's like he pauses in the middle of about to continue bashing in the Terrafolk with his fireball, and he says, they're there.
Yeah.
What is
I
that?
see that.
Dad?
What is wrong with his chest? What is that? Is that Devon's arrow? It's in his body.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's in there.
Yeah. She did that.
Oh God. You guys sleep in my house. Oh jeez.
Yeah, but we don't want to kill you.
Hey, you there? Your mother's here.
busy. That's nice. My mother can wait 5 seconds. Where's Devana? Is she? Oh my God. Did she?
She's alive. She's alive.
Oh. Okay. Well, where is she?
She's in here with me.
Devana will step out of the hut, sort of like pointing Jobal's guns. Okay.
She walks out of the hut with guns too, just to add to the whole scene.
and,
It's pretty snazzy.
and then she stuffs it in the bag. Here.
What's up, Coach Call? What's
that
the
fucking gun?
So what happened to Koshak?
So we went to negotiate, and then the negotiations didn't happen,
Okay.
and then we killed both the king and the prince.
I saw.
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of flex her hands. Did anything else of note?
Hag. There was a hag.
Which is likely what's responsible for that. Devana will point at the Terrafolk king.
Did Koshak see the hag?
I think he was flying up when it happened.
Yeah, Cole was still
Like flying over.
Cole and
Yeah.
Jet
Yeah,
were
he
still
wouldn't have.
down. So
Yeah, so
But-
Sol and
Never
Doe were the only
mind.
one that knew about the hag so far, and it's like there was also a hag.
Okay.
It was me, Vance, like completely. It was really gross.
Speaking, shit, where's the rod of alertness?
Jet's downstairs. Oh,
No, that's a
the
general
hag's
question.
with the rod of alertness.
Hmm.
That's not good. That feels not good.
It really isn't.
I think that's good.
Not at all.
Mm-mm.
I'm sure we'll never see that rod ever again.
Okay. Missionary will step forward, just, and then sort of posing this as a general question, look to the group. Do I look presentable?
Matter much.
She does not. Not at all.
No.
Uh,
No. Mm-mm.
It doesn't really matter all that much.
Got a little blood.
just like right there.
Straight right there.
Devana says, actively smearing blood and like face paint on her face as she does that motion.
Okay. I'm gonna go inside and talk to my mother. Can you give us some privacy?
Yes, of course.
Thanks.
So we'll say, your daughter's here. We're going to let you have some space. Just deep breaths. You're safe.
You hear a muffled sound of disbelief, and then the sound of a rock breaking on the wall next to you.
Even dodge. It's like, yeah.
Right,
I was
as you
expecting
move out
that
of the
one.
way, Missionary will take your place, and as you sort of exit out, you can hear Missionary almost cooing in a soft, gentle voice. Leaving the group of you at the top of the tower.
Hey.
Can we see anything of interest being this high up? It's like a comparable height to Kir Sabal, or it's at least tall. And obviously we can see quite a distance from Kir Sabal. Is there anything of potential interest that we can see as we sort of, block our ears as this conversation happens?
When you're done that, I have what Soul's gonna do.
Do, 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 do.
So how's your fall, Koshak?
Blissfully weightless and silent. Unlike now.
I'm glad you're safe. I was worried.
Yes.
From where you are at Firefinger, you're not really able to see very much that you haven't already seen. You can see Dungrunglung in the far distance, and you can see a little bit to like the northeast, about a day's travel, a ziggurat that is half consumed by the earth with a shattered dome area.
It's kind of peaceful up here now that,
Yeah, it's not that bad, I guess. Soul's going to go over to where the Terrafolk King's stuff was shot off of him, and starts picking up the braids and collecting it all very respectfully.
Alright, there's about 23 braids in total. Two
very
of them
specific
having
number.
clearly belonged to Jabal.
Mm-hmm. He kind of looks at it and says, you bastard. Very fondly. I didn't do it as well as he did. And he'll add to the pile and take them and sort of fold them up and kind of go back to Koshak and say, you probably know better what to do with these than I do.
I have no idea what to do with these.
Yeah.
Sorry.
As you
No, it's
ask
okay.
that, Missionary will stick her head out. Jet,
Just not here.
I'm here.
why isn't Jet here?
He's
He's still on the barrel taking care of the. Do either of you have a healing thing? I
I
need something
I-
that won't touch my mom.
won't touch
I
her.
don't.
I have a healing potion.
Would you be willing to?
Yeah, of course. Here, I've been holding on to it since Port Yanzaro. He hands over this dirty glass bottle. I'm pretty sure.
It's a bottle. Hey.
She'll disappear back into the room.
Have you guys thought about the fact that our next stop is actually going back to Mesro? I'm really not looking forward to that.
Neither am I.
Don't remind me.
Do you think we'll have to deal with them again?
I mean,
Oh, undoubtedly.
maybe. Last time we were able to get to the Temple of Uteo before we were assailed, for lack of a better term. So I think maybe if we time it right, we might be able to get by relatively drama-free.
Fingers
That's the
crossed.
idea, I suppose.
The two princesses will emerge a short time later. Razan's face having ebbed away the swelling and the bruising, her jaw clicked into place. A new bandage is wrapped around her face, but she's still sort of hiding behind Mercenari's shoulder. She is an exceptionally short woman.
Princess?
This isn't how I thought you guys would meet my mom. This is the Koshkal Razan. Koshkal Razan, mom, meet Divanath, Solidago. There's an air genasi downstairs, and Cole? Cole is his name.
Cole gives a polite bow.
He bowed.
Divanath will just say, Your Majesty.
Koshkal Razan? Koshbal Majonari? So gives a
You'll
polite
hear
nod.
And you'll hear he did a polite nod, and Divanath didn't bow. And you'll hear Kushko Razan sort of give a slight, almost like a coo, a sound of approval, and go, "Oh, they're so polite. I'll forget them." Jet. You can take care of numbers later. Do you rejoin the group?
Yeah, probably like breathing heavily as he's like climbing the stairs after all of that.
Don't you still have the birds?
Okay.
He desummoned them because he
think
did
the birds-
his. No, because it's a
Yeah.
concentration spell.
So
So Jet's taking the long trek back up. Actually, could he
Oh, hey,
levitate and
Jet.
push himself?
Jet, we were about to head back down.
Oh, great. Awesome.
Deep
Love
breaths.
to know that.
I'm just gonna fall off the cliff again.
Put your hands on top, like lace your fingers, put them above your head. It makes the lungs bigger.
Uh-huh.
Deeper breaths.
Just not doing that.
He's just like laying on the ground.
It's forced to do that all through.
Soul giving breathing advice to the
Okay.
man who can hold his breath.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was thinking.
Jet is
Like-
doing this for a statement.
Yeah.
Jet's actually kind of forgot he doesn't have to breathe, so it's like that whole Matrix moment where it's like,
To
are you
breathe,
even breathing
but-
air? And he's like, oh. He's just in
You're
that
right.
moment.
Jet, this is my mother, the Koshkal Razan. Koshkal Razan, this is Jet. Jet, say hi to my mom. Make sure to say hi. She can't see anything. She's blind.
I know. I saw. Hi, Ma. But hi.
Hi, dear. You sound exasperated.
You're on a tall mountain. A lot of stairs.
It's not really a
It's a
mountain.
spire.
It's just like a. Yeah.
And there are no stairs. It's a ladder.
It was really high.
I think the altitude is getting to him.
The next few hours pass by in a blur. The four of you are allowed to step down for Firefinger, taking your time as you head back to camp. The wounded Aarakocra have been dragged back by what living Aarakocra they could manage, and some of the Terrafolk have gathered there. seamless and sort of without order now that their king and almost all of their elders are dead or gone. Kushkal Rizan is situated on a stump, the same stump that Koshak and Missionary had applied to their face paint, and is making polite conversation with both Eku and Artis, as Missionary takes command and starts issuing orders on handling the new Terrafolk joinees and taking care of the wounded and so on. The four of you and enjoy a nice, quiet break.
Real quick, did Jed find anything up there with detect magic? He would have done that before he left.
Everything has been... I'll tell you guys what loot you get.
I just want to make sure that was said so that way it's added on to the list of whatever. That's all.
Yeah. Giovanith will utilize her short break to walk around camp, assist with what did and whatever she can, while also making sure to look as tough and intimidating as possible anytime she's around the Terrafolk.
Her bow is still glowing.
It's definitely been over an hour.
Oh yeah.
It was worth it.
Yeah, you were the scariest thing in that camp. There's a visible 30 feet aura where when you walk by, the Terrafolk become tiny creatures.
Pretty powerful aura. It's like a boon.
I just don't
A
want any
conversation
funny
later.
business.
And Missionary will approach the four of you as you guys are tidying away to bed. The princess has scrubbed her face, but you can see the edges of paint around her forehead disappearing into her hairline, and there's still crusted blood and scabs forming over her body. She looks exhausted, and looks even more exhausted as she tells you that her mother will not be making it the night. If you have any questions or just want to say your goodbyes, now's the time.
Shoot.
All right.
Trying to think of...
Do we want to see if she actually had contact with the Soulmonger?
I guess it wouldn't hurt to ask her about what she saw while she was there, if anything. See what's waiting for us.
Do you think she knows much about Queen Napaka and Hornman? That might be.
That's actually a good question. She might know more than the rest of us.
Yeah. That to me kind of feels like the right approach to take.
Ask her about Queen Napaka.
Also, I don't think
Hornman.
Yeah, I don't think there's any saving her either. My guess is she's suffering from the death curse at this point.
Yeah.
I guess so. Wait, are we doing this in character or out of character?
I was in and out.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. Anyways, but I think we should ask about Queen Napaka and the Horde. That's where I'm at.
That's a good idea. I don't know what to ask her, but I want to ask her something. I just don't know how, I guess. Or if she would think. It doesn't matter, I'm monologuing.
As you approach Kushkal Rizan, she has situated herself very primly and politely. This regal aura spreading out from her. Whereas Missionary is cold and almost hard to approach, there's something emanating warmth from Rizan, despite how beat up and malnourished she looks. She looks capable of immense acts of kindness. and she will look to the side of the group and go, Jet, dear, Missionary told me that you're a noble family, right? You're of the, what was it? The land dyers? The land I'm so sorry, dear. I struggle.
It's okay, ma'am. Perfectly fine. It's the Landias.
And your older brothers are adventurers, and you have land as a noble family? Is it an income?
I don't fully
Even
know.
in her death, she's trying to get a sugar daddy.
100%.
I don't know the state of my family's situation at this current time.
I met your brother, your other one, a tavern owner or something to that. I really wasn't. I apologize for not listening, but I understand you've met my daughter. My daughter's a princess, and while she herself doesn't have any lands or titles, she does come with a healthy inheritance. Kirsabal is, I hear, very great this time of the year, and I would worry about who would be there to take care of my daughter after my untimely death, and Divana's nice, but a lawyer's daughter isn't very much compared to a noble.
Wow.
Divana will just look confused.
Jet's gonna steal a glance at Majnari. What is her reaction to this right now?
Missionary is standing behind her mother, and her eyes are locked forward, and her jaw is tight and clenched, and she's not saying a word. But there's strong emotion radiating off of her.
Is she glaring at Jet right now?
No, she's not looking at anybody.
Oh, good. Oh God, wait, is Jet gonna be a dick? Hold on. knowing that he fully can do this right now. Hold on. No, he's gonna be good.
Damn it.
You can still be an
You
asshole.
can have inspiration if you roll with disadvantage for next session. Or...
Divana will lean over to Cole and will be like, you think we should tell her about the Shaga situation? Or...
So leans over. It's like, what about the homosexuality part?
Are you guys whispering this to me?
But Soul, isn't that the same problem in a way?
Not necessarily. You can be bi.
If Fish really wants you to do it, I'll automatically fail just for the fun of it.
I'm not Fish,
Okay.
but I desperately want to do this.
Jet's going to look at Majinari with a smile, a genuine smile, and go, I would love to be with your daughter to the end of time. The only problem is I would have to confer with my oldest brother if he approves, as he is the one that owns essentially the name of Landia. But your daughter's hand would be the most wonderful thing I could ever experience, especially after the bravery she has shown today in the heat of battle, and it's just inspirational.
As you go on, Coach Corazon doesn't look like she's believing a word of it, but Missionary's face just melts into an expression of sheer delight, her nose scrunching up, and it almost looks like teary-eyed as Jet finishes. The princess will lean back, satisfied. It puts this old woman's heart at ease.
That is all that matters to me, and Jet will deeply bow.
Oh my god.
Divana, she'll hold out her arms towards Koashak. Can you come here?
Divana will just sort of slide to the left in front of Cole.
Yeah, we all do a slight shuffle to the left. Say the thing, Warner.
And reach out, make her hand's presence felt, but don't make contact until she makes contact.
It'll take her a second, and then she'll pat down on her palms, then sort of pull her forward and start feeling Duvaneth's palms with her fingers. You're Elenos, right? Amrin?
No, I'm Duvaneth.
But your father...
Yes, yeah. My father is...
She'll give you a sincere look of sympathy and squeeze your hands, and then continue reading your palm. He's an absolute delight.
What makes you say that?
We found each other in the mixing, swirling mass of voices crying out in anguish, and we've spent a lot of time talking.
Oh.
That tavern owner.
How's he doing?
I'm not making a move on your father.
No, it's fine.
He's doing well. And he's mostly just very interesting to talk to. I've never met someone with so much things to say.
He always had a line for everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you've got a good health line. Never get sick very often, right?
Ish.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She'll give your hands another squeeze and let go, placing them back into her lap.
Jet's heart sank the second he understood which bar owner she was talking about.
I thought you understood.
No, I thought
Right
it was
away.
Tsunami for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
That was slick delivery.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was Tsunami.
Duvaneth will sort of inhale and then exhale a little bit and say, "So, was it? Does this meeting my father? Does this have to do with the soul monger? Does that word mean anything to you?"
She'll sort of turn and look at Duvaneth, and then lean back and angle her ears towards Mercenari, and the two of them will have a gentle exchange in what you can only assume to be Omuan. Mercenari talks a lot in Omuan, using a lot more sentences than she ever does in Common. After that, the Pushkarazan will lean forward and say, yes, the soulmonger is what you call it?
That's what we've heard it called.
We don't have a word for in it. We don't have words in it. It's more like feelings, emotions, like Majinari when she does her mind thing.
Mind thing?
Are you asking that out loud?
Yes.
Yes.
Jet will.
Yes. So it's like mind thing.
Missionary will clear her throat. Duvaneth, do you remember the first time we met and I told you, yeah.
Soul looks
using
so confused.
Using magic to make friends and influence people.
No, reading minds.
Same. We've been in possession of a magic jug that, when poured,
she'll gesture forward, excitement getting the better of her, and she'll just sort of a tumble of words will spill out of her, and she'll then gesture for Devon to continue.
When poured, it projects images of the past and the present. And in it, we've seen a lot of Chulten history and a lot of Omuan history. And it's oftentimes guided us in a way, or in ways. So we were curious if you knew anything of Queen Napaka and her royal architect, their murders, and a horned man.
Going back, again conferring with Mercenary, and this time Mercenary will take a knee and sort of hold her mother as Razan grabs her bearings. She'll talk slowly. A strange horned man. Is he tall? Does he loom like a spire?
Yes, and he has ghoulish disposition.
I see him in my dreams. He's walking through the streets. Vomu. And creeping to me. Mercenary here used to have these dreams, but just creeping forward. And there's blackness, like a dot, like ink consuming a page.
Duvaneth will sort of nod and say, I think in some of the visions we've seen a similar darkness or blackness. You wouldn't know or be able to take a guess as to how Rosni may be connected to Queen Napaka or this horned man.
As you say Rosni, her head will tilt, and she will turn back to Mercenary, and Mercenary will just nod. And she will turn back to Duvaneth. No. Rosni and the other Bray abandoned Omu centuries. Queen Napaka wouldn't have... My grandmother wouldn't. She wouldn't.
The only reason I ask is because we saw a vision where Rosni and the horned man were conferring with each other, and we believe it to be fairly recently, based on some unique anatomical changes.
She'll turn back to Duvaneth and nod.
That was pretty much all I had. Does anybody else have any questions?
Mm-mm.
I don't know.
What is the ruby eye of Zoltek?
Razan will perk up my people, the Omuans, and our line in particular, when the Tikans immigrated from Mazteca, we took an artifact with us, the eye of one of our dead gods. It's supposed to be able to resurrect the dead at a significant cost.
Givaneth will turn and look at Jet. And will say, do you think something like that could be manipulated, used, or corrupted to cause the death curse?
Are you asking? You're asking Jet, or are you looking at me and asking her?
No, I'm asking Jet directly. He's my magic guy, so.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Speak them to me.
I would assume so. It's magic in a way of corruption can do almost anything as any normal magic can. We've seen it. I've read books of destruction of something that was meant to be beautiful, and it became cursed and destroyed. So something like that used incorrectly, I would say it could do this.
Well, it's a thought, something worth. Because it's missing and supposedly in Omu.
Do you know what the last time you remember it being?
Remember what being?
That item you were talking about. I apologize.
I'm sorry. I've never seen it with my own eyes.
You wouldn't happen to know how to stop these hags from bothering us, would you?
She'll think. She'll consider. You can take one of my petrified eyes. But
what does that do?
I'm not sure, but given my divine descent, I'm sure it would do something. The Terrafolk and the hags were awfully keen on keeping my eyes in preservation.
Curious.
Very.
I'm all the way back in Port Nine Zaru on my notes, so I think that's all I got. Anybody else have anything?
Do you have anything, Koshak?
Do you say his full name?
He would. He doesn't call him anything else, really.
All right, cool.
Rizan will suck in a deep breath, look back at Marjanari, and go, Koshak.
Koshak will glare directly at Solidago.
He looks very confused.
And she'll swing around and say, Serpent Flower? You brought a Yuwanti here?
Hello, Your Majesty.
She will, her tiny body sort of shaking with rage, and she'll go to move to do something, and Marjanari will clap a hand on her shoulder and pull her back. The grip on her mother's shoulder so tight you can see her knuckles turning white, and she will turn down. and between her teeth, say some very not nice words.
Whew! Don't be racist, Grandma!
You can't stop me!
I do not have any questions other than to thank your daughter for the opportunity to meet you and for the gift of not killing me on sight.
Zong will compose herself and say, I thank you for your time and your composure and lack of killing us on sight as well.
Cole just gives a respectful nod that can be felt, and then takes a step back.
Didn't realize it meant something. Oh,
What about you, Solidago? Do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
I don't know.
Hmm.
The beret weren't of Omu. But perhaps I can ask you a piece of advice, Koshikawa-san?
Yes. It's important for a princess to have wisdom.
Soul sort of settles in where he's standing and sort of takes a deep breath. In the past, I have done some pretty horrible things. And I don't know if I've paid for those acts yet. I think there's an obvious answer of what I should do. I don't know how do I know if I'm supposed to?
Fristan will take a moment, and she'll take one of Mercenary's hands in hers and sort of clasp around it. I've had months to think, and I thought that I had made up for the things I had done. Have you asked the people you've hurt?
They aren't really on speaking terms with me.
I don't know then.
But I suppose if we're heading back to Mesro, I'll be able to find out there.
It's not
Thank-
really Omuin to atone, unfortunately. We just kind of carry it around with us until we die.
It's alright. I can't figures. Your daughter's a wonderful person, by the way.
Look, Masha, he's lying. Sweet.
I'm not, though.
I suppose it depends on your definition of wonderful. I'm going to lay down now.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Coach
time.
Carverzon. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Of course. Likewise, I hope for a brighter future. And she'll stay where she is on the stump and sort of go back to looking at Missionary and having a quiet conversation with her.
Duvaneth will linger for a second before departing and say, "Thank you, Your Majesty, and should you see my father again, can you just let him know that I love him, I miss him, and I'm trying my best?"
The Kushkal Razan will give you a warm smile and reach out her hands again for yours. I can't hear you.
Duvaneth will extend her hand as well.
She'll take your hand and sandwich them in between hers, much like she did Missionari's, and give them a firm squeeze. I don't know if it means anything, Duvaneth, but I'm proud of you. And she'll pat your palm and let you go.
She'll say, "Thank you, Your Majesty," and she will sort of give a little bit of a bow and depart.
You leave. Missionary looks out after you as you leave, but doesn't say anything. A unknown expression on her face. And that night, Kushkal Razan goes to sleep and does not wake up. She is wrapped in a yellow linen sheet, and her body is preserved with ice. The 2 days travel back are unhindered and uneventful. You are asleep in your beds at Kirsebal in 3 days' nights. That is where we end today's session.
Ooh, high note. Love that.
Gang, gang.
All right. Thanks everybody for coming by. Appreciate you all. I guess we can say we're on the final arc.
Yep,
It feels
we're
like
this
it.
is the end of the final arc, and congratulations, everybody, and welcome to level 10.
Yes!
Ooh.
Hey,
Finally.
it's about fucking time.
It's about to get real. All right. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.